Good afternoon, wherever you are watching in Victoria, across the nation or around the world. Welcome to Darebin on a bit of a dreary Sunday on the outside of Melbourne's northern quarter. It's quite grey, it's quite wet and wild out there on this particular Sunday. All the good fortune we've had so far this autumn seems to finally have expired, and it seems to be as though things are getting a little bit wintry. Out on court, however, there is no such thing as a dreary Darebin Sunday. The first one of 6 today across the championship, and of course Series Futsal's top flight, is a tantalising contest. The Northcote team looking for their first point in 2026 still against a Footscray side who are getting back on the right track. A really imposing set of fixtures coming up for them, an opportunity perhaps to gain some ground on the playoff chasing positions. They've got an early opportunity with Hancocks. It was well saved by Isho Haskell, who is adorned in all white this afternoon in between the Northcote sticks. It's first bit of action for him for the afternoon. Footscray come into it 5 off the playoffs, knowing that a win takes them clear of Melbourne Arians. It takes them clear of any sort of immediate relegation peril Arians will play later this afternoon. But beyond that, it gets them within 2 of Kensington and 2 of RMIT as well, both of whom play later today. Bulleen are the ones who have got the bye, so the league leaders will not get to stretch their legs, and they could have their lead reduced to merely a point by both teams. We could have our top 3 separated by a singular point come the end of the day in the second tier. This promotion race of ours is well and truly starting to hot up. It promises for all of these clubs to be quite a massive patch of the season from here until about the end of August, and then the table will have a little bit more shape to it. For Northcote, they know today is the day where they could get those first points of the season. They need to get a move on if they are to come at some point. They can't afford to risk being cut too far adrift of Braybrook and Arians at the bottom. Marisic had a side ball. It was cut out by Cow. Marisic's return was unable to be kept in. My name's Ethan Rigg, and welcome One welcome all on a Sunday that promises to be truly quite special in both of our top two divisions. As Haskell went long, he was taken down by Garcia, who wanted to shoot on the turn. Cow's block benefited Hancock's. Footscray started nicely. Was speared towards Stojanovski. Cut out by El Khawaja. Stojanovski went and won it back. Now Hancock's once more. Cow. That one set too far behind Stojanovski. Return for Edward Cagliotti today to the Footscray side. He's been a sorely missed addition to this team. Stojanovski's been quite spoken about how he has longed for him to return to action, how he's longed for him to return to availability as well, because this Footscray team know that a playoff position is attainable come year's end with the mix that they have got. They're just starting to get themselves towards that promotion hunt, though at this point in time they're a little bit away. That blip and that really growing pain start to the season has set them a bit behind stead, though. Cow's got an opportunity, one which he steers over. And on the flip side, these are two teams who in the last calendar year, in separate seasons, played in promotion playoffs. You have Footscray, who are mid-table of the championship. Northcote, who currently sit 4 points adrift at the foot of the division. They know more than anything, considering how close they were to series futsal, that they've got an opportunity. And here is Maricic, blocked by Stojanovski. Cagliotti's touch a little loose. Cow 2, Garcia in well, and now it's moved on to El Khawaja, who was unable to get beyond Andy Cow and got the final little clip. But for Northcote, they know that they can ill afford any kind of relegation to State League One. It's the last thing that they would want for a year which they came into with a lot of promise, with a lot of momentum. They couldn't really have seen it going worse than this. They have a lot of time to save themselves, but that being said, the move kind of needs to be made sooner rather than later if they are to get themselves up and running for the year. You feel as though once that first result comes, it could come as a set of a string of positive performances. However, here is Hancock's, given away to Maricic. He had Garcia further up with him, Stojanovski, and Cagliotti couldn't get a foot in. Maricic went to clip, and Northcote have a corner. Good marauding Michael Maricic run. Northcote corner, fizzed in, cleared by Cow, only so he could block the returning effort. Northcote with a bit of a bright start, hoping that today is the day they break their seasonal duck so far. And here is Garcia, who scored quite the gorgeous goal last time out in championship action. It wasn't enough to steer Northcote towards a result. They were beaten 4-1 by Melbournearians, and it was a performance where they showed glimpses of a side that are turning a corner, but nothing too consistent against a much more well-drilled Aryan side, though they may have an opportunity. Garcia, Yankolovsky, then battled with him in the corner and did enough. It was Amador who lost it. He had his pocket pick set back for El Khawaja, given away to Amador, and moved on for Hancock's, who had Duman in retreat. Now Stojanovski wanted to steer it to the back post. El Khawaja had telegraphed it. Maricic on for Mardi El Khawaja. Maricic once more, patient from Northcote. Switch for Garcia, who went with too much force. Duman had dropped off. Yankolovsky went the direct route for Stojanovski. Garcia cut it out. Maricic. And now Stojanovski, who picked it off, went tiptoeing round the lots and poked his effort wide of the post. Footscray had a shout for a free kick, one which was waved away. And Alexander Stojanovski has just stayed down after that effort, clutching that knee which is covered by brace today, and has been for quite a few weeks. Kevin Mohal will come on in his place, but for someone who's been battling injury all year so far, who's been in and out in terms of whether or not he will play, how many minutes he will play, because when he's been on court, he has restricted himself, knowing the possible personal detriment that the physicality of the championship can cause him. Stojanovski takes a sit down. Hope his afternoon isn't done. Here is Hancock's in the meantime. On for Mohal. That's a tidy ball. Out for Cagliotti. Touch a little loose. And it just allowed Peter Lind to go and get across and see him out of play. El Khawaja, Marisic. Tried to spear it for Lind. Cut out by Hancock's. And too far ahead of Amador. Really nice start to Sunday so far. Deadlock unbroken between these two teams. As Amador's looking to change that. Was charging forward, had two in retreat. Hancock's played it on for Franklin, who spun sharply and had his effort blocked. Duman couldn't go beyond Mohal. Lind then lunged in, and it found its way back for Franklin. Duman was there to block once more. A scrap and a scramble. Haskell wanted to go and claim it. Rizai was not taking any risks whatsoever. Here is Hancock's. Mohal. Jankulovski's come out to play fifth man momentarily as Haskell's forced into a good stop. Bit of a swerve from Maka Hancock's hit. Forced Haskell to get down. As Amador on for Jankulovski. Turn for Amador. Footscray go fifth. Mohal was at the back post and was just lunging to try and get there, unable to apply a potent touch. He then flicked it on for Hancock's tidily, and that found Franklin in return. Rizai was there to block. Duman went to take over. Franklin battled with him and lost it, and now Duman can go. Two are up with him, one of whom was Rizai. Amador telegraphed that. And now Hancock's has got an opportunity the other way. Returned it for Amador, who was surrounded by three. Hancock's, Kevin Mohal's hit the post. He made the late move. North could want timeout. Footscray bruised the base of the post and were an inch from going one up. Hancock's corner, set for Amador. It's a good challenge from Geraldo. Northcote hanging in there though for the time being. Geraldo, in his season at Northcote, played in the championship with Hart, was a big part of that title winning team last season. Here's Jankulovski. On the line for Hancock, split centrally. And Rizai was happy to clear his lines. Mohal gave it on to Amador, who was given room to roam into, then found Franklin. Mohal. Hancock's unable to get there. Duman will see it out for a corner, and Northcote will possibly get timeout right in a place they didn't necessarily expect to. As we go to a break for the first time on Sunday here in Darebin, it's Northcote 0, Footscray 0. Returning from timeout, Northcote corner. Marisic's take. Here is Giraldo. Garcia couldn't lay it back for Marisic, who was lurking. Franklin was fouled by Giraldo, who wasn't a part of Carlton Hart's side last season. He was part of the Northcote team that chased them for the title. I was thinking of Paludo instead. Similar style of player. Both were battling for the title last season. Around the top of the championship, how things have transpired for Northcote since. It's been quite the turnaround, but not in the way that they would have wanted. As Haskell looked to spirit for Garcia. Franklin got in, now Mohal. Who just about kept it alive. Marisic and Garcia wanted it out of play. They'll get it out of play. Deadlock unbroken between these two. No one's been able to find a way through just yet. Here is Giraldo. That's a brilliant take from Rezai. Mohal in retreat, stood him up well. Those two have both had a tidy start this afternoon. Rezai's looked threatening. Mohal has come the closest of anybody to breaking this deadlock. His effort merely minutes before the timeout. Bruised the post as Giraldo. His effort took a touch on its way. It'll be a Northcote corner. Rezai's take all the way back from Marisic. Giraldo. Good return from Garcia for Marisic, and now Giovanni Garcia once more. Giraldo. Threaded it for Rezai. Lovely futsal from Northcote. Garcia just couldn't squeeze it through. They are building pressure and testing Footscray resolve. Set for Marisic, who flashed it wider than near post. Amador. It's an all-important one for Footscray. If they were to get 3 points, Amador lost out though, and Garcia is motoring. On for him was Rezai, and Jankulovski was there with a firm pair of hands. Quickly on for Amador, his touch loose, Giraldo, Rezai! That's a brilliant save from Jankulovski, who gave it away initially, spared his own blushes. Northcote have a corner, though they came close to an opener. And it's Footscray's turn to take time out. Stojanovski wanting a word. Marisic's take. Here is Amador. Oh, lovely footwork to get away from Rezai. Franklin's up with him. Amador for Franklin! Back to front. Footscray ripped through on the counter. And Northcote, who had an opportunity at one end to go ahead, squandered it and find themselves behind off their own corner at the other. They roared through on the counter, having hit the post early. Footscray make good on the game's opening goal. Important one for their hunt. Franklin was wrapped by Marisic. Footscray free kick. As it stands, they go 2 from the playoffs. Stojanovski wanting further reprimand for that pullback on Franklin by Marisic. Franklin's free kick is a beauty. Quick 1-2 punch. And Footscray have fired themselves further ahead. Thumped by Tom Franklin. Scintillating strike. Haskell absolutely no chance. And Footscray, who have taken a bit of time to get into their groove, have now hit it in some style, courtesy of a fabulous Franklin free kick. Northcote at risk of implosion. More so than anything. Haskell. Cut out by Amador. We're sent towards us in the commentary box. We're sent towards the commissioner's box in Darebin. Josh Fusco, most undeterred by it, however. Kaliotti's side ball. Amador. On for Jankalovski, why not? Franklin blocked it, and the net was momentarily vacant. Charging now a Northcote. On the break was Duman. Jankalovski with a good slide. Set down the line for Lynn. Northcote know they need to respond. They've got a corner. Lynn's take went with a lot of pace to the near post. They will do it all over again. Demand lurking. Sam Rezai at the near post. He wanted El Khawaja. Was cut out by Tyler. And Lynn was there just to make life difficult for him when it came to clearing his lines. Inside the stop clock territory here in the first half. Footscray with a quick 1-2 punch have got the upper hand over Northcote in a half that was a bit of an arm wrestle for its first quarter of an hour, though two wonderful goals. One courtesy of Tom Franklin, have really broken this game open. And here is El Khawaja, who got it back from Lynn. Mahdi El Khawaja couldn't get it under. Northcote know they have to at least halve the deficit before the break if they are to get back into this game. No one has scored fewer in the championship. Here is Kaliotti! And it took a good save from Haskell, and now Stojanovski wants timeout. Amador. Kaliotti. Took a flick off El Khawaja, and Footscray will have that timeout now. A quick 1-2 hits on the stroke of the stop clock has them in greener ground as we get a timeout. Northcote 0, Footscray 2. Returning from timeout once again, Footscray wanted to go quickly from the side ball. They've got a 2-goal buffer on Northcote, though. The opportunity on the counter with Rezai, who was slowed by Tyler. Back to El Khawaja, who had his opportunities cut down by Kaliotti, who then challenged. Stojanovski. El Khawaja got a clip. Cody Tyler sees it out for a corner. Corner taken for Stojanovski, who wanted to spear it to the back post. Duman's leading the counter. Rezai was up with him. Step back for El Khawaja. Now Duman. Poked it for Rezai. Picked off by Caliotti. Tyler came to lend a helping hand. Caliotti on for Tyler, who couldn't sort his feet out. Haskell was collected. And Isho Haskell is a little worse for wear. Just on the replay there, you could see nothing intentional about it, but Haskell was collateral damage. His knee was collected. The Northcote shot stopper is down. Given a hand up by our official, Daniel Collins, over on the far side. Michael Ciaris currently running on the broadcast side. And Matteo Caligaro, the other of our officials today. Stojanovski speared it to the back post, which was vacant. El Khawaja for Tuman, who had a loose touch. Northcote can ill afford this if they are to get themselves back into this game. Just a brief blip at the last little bit of the half before the stop clock has got them in the predicament where they've got to go and chase this match. They have a lot to do. Jankulovski tried to clip it for Cody Tyler and couldn't. Haskell dropped it off for Rezai. El Khawaja. Duman. That's a gorgeous ball for Lynn. His layoff was lovely for El Khawaja, who's backing down Hancock's. Marty El Khawaja. Stojanovski also came to shut the door and one in well. Lynn then came through and his effort ricocheted to Caliotti, who flicked it on for Hancock's. He had Stojanovski surging and only was able to find Haskell. Rezai. Garcia. Away from Caliotti, on for Marty El Khawaja. Fancy to go from range. Hancock's blocked. Duman picked up the second. And will have a go himself and flash it just wide. Northcote knocking late in the half though. Footscray yet to really find their footing since that timeout. Had an opportunity at the back post squandered. And have not really been able to make inroads on a third since. Northcote have not made inroads on the deficit either. Here is Geraldo. Garcia took a tumble. Duman, well read by Stojanovski, and now it's 3-on-1. One either side. Caliotti on for Hancock's, and Footscray go on the counter again to ruthless effect. Northcote cut wide open. Stojanovski charging, options were with him. Hancock's the beneficiary. Caliotti kept his cool to square it. And just as the Warriors had a good patch again, Footscray find the time to hit, and here is Mahal. Unable to go further than Duman. Wanted to steer down the line for Garcia and couldn't. They have it all to do. Truly. Northcote 3 down. Northcote chasing a first point of the campaign. They have not scored with frequency this season in the second tier. No one has scored fewer than them. Here is El Khawaja. He got the final touch as Caliotti ushered him out of play. They've only scored more than 2 this season in a game on 2 occasions. Goals have been incredibly hard to come by. It's only happened twice. Happened in defeat to Braybrook. 14 goals in 8 games, under 2. And the next unpotent offence is almost at double the tally. Here is Geraldo though, he wants to change that. Wanted movement from El Khawaja, who got away from Caliotti, got away from Cal, and couldn't go further. Now the fling on for Caliotti. El Khawaja in retreat now, with a good challenge to good effect. Final few seconds of the half here in Darebin. Footscray found their moments and have picked them to perfection. As Cal couldn't get beyond Geraldo. He was one part of that promotion charge last season. Side that lost in the playoffs. Rather crushingly in the end to Northern Phoenix at the time. Here is Caliotti. Went the back heel. Haskell knew not much about it, but he made a rather fine stop. Late Footscray corner. Is there one more for them for the first half? Set for Mohal. Wasn't quite able to steer it into a dangerous position. Though they will not matter a jot. Footscray have found their moments in the opening 20 and have taken them when it's counted. Northcote still left longing. Half-time in Darebin. It's Northcote 0, Footscray 3. Returning from half-time here in Darabin. North could have got a bit to do if they are to get themselves back into this game. Footscray were unable to break through in the opening patch of the first half, though towards the end they themselves found an all-important breakthrough. They're able to hit with a quick 1-2 punch. They've been devastating on the counter-attack, not once but twice. They've carved Northcote open when they've committed further forward and have been unable to recover. They've taken all bar one of the opportunities. Could have been four. Kevin Mohal hit the post early in the piece and gave it away to El Khawaja before going and getting it away from Marisic. Northcote have it to do. Not for the first time this campaign. Here is Hancock's looking to inflict further damage. Jan Kolowski came out to play fifth man momentarily. But for Footscray, they'd be momentarily 2 points from the playoffs. For a side who had a bit of a topsy-turvy start to the season. Just starting to find a good streak at the right time. For Northcote, though, it steepens the mire. Bray-Brakar up next. In a game with implications at both ends of the table against RMIT. Kensington and Arians to close it out. Footscray will keep a keen eye on that. As Jan Kolowski lost out. El Khawaja has an open net and Marty El Khawaja has clipped it just over. Almost a moment of magic. Northcote again, close but not close enough as Caliotti on the swivel. Caught that sweet. A razor sharp, technically terrific turn and hit. It would have caught Haskell off guard as well. North could survive a scare at the other end. Here is Marisic. Now El Khawaja giving away to Hancock's. It's a good save by Haskell. Corner taken quickly. Cow was all on his own and just couldn't connect cleanly. A few on the Northcote bench very eager to get back into the picture. Rizai, Garcia, all wanting to re-enter the fray. For Footscray, Alexander Stojanovski in conversation with Amador and Tom Franklin, and Amador's up to get ready. Footscray have a corner. Caliotti's in a hurry. Couldn't thread it through for Cal. Cut out by Geraldo, on for El Khawaja. Now Geraldo. On for Marisic. Michael Marisic will have a go. And Jan Kolowski was happy to watch it wide. Speared long, brilliantly by Jan Kolowski, and Caliotti steered it wide. Delightful bit of distribution. Caliotti just couldn't convert on the follow-in. And El Khawaja with a bit of a loose touch. Moved on for Cal. Much of the chat from Michael Marisic at half-time in the huddle was about playing with positivity, playing with a renewed energy. Northcote started the game in that vein. Just that stretch to half-time, they let it get away from them. Has been a feature and a factor of the team this season. As to why they find themselves in this particular predicament. Footscray were on the flip side. They went up a gear in the final 5 to the break. That's a good read from Geraldo, and he did well to keep it alive. And just wasn't able to find El Khawaja. Footscray in control. As Marisic was in firmly on Mahal. And the poke back for Jan Kolowski. And now there's space for Kevin Mahal around El Khawaja. Rolled it on for Cal. And Mahdi El Khawaja stood up firm. Futsal just wanting to rebuild a little unbeaten run that they found themselves in before unfortunate defeat. Here is Hancock's. Good save from Haskell down low. El Khawaja left it for Geraldo. His poke far too far ahead of Garcia. They were 4 unbeaten before defeat to RMIT. And today they are looking at the opportunity for only 1 defeat in 7. For a team who lost their first 2 games, they have hit a really good patch of form. Northcote free kick. Opportunity for Marisic. Him and El Khawaja worked in tandem. Set it back for Haskell. Marisic was starved of options as Cal came charging to him. Quickly for Hancock's. And now Jankulovski, who's not shy of a venture. That's a lovely ball to find Cody Tyler. His clip to the area, cut out by Marisic. Who stayed it on for Garcia with too much gusto. Scoreline unaltered since half-time. Still a trio of Footscray strikes. The difference maker in this game. A final 5 flurry might be the one to push them a good bit of the way out of any relegation question and towards the playoff picture. They're just starting to emerge in the background of that at the moment. We have a 3-pronged protagonist foreground. Footscray just starting to emerge in case of a slip-up. Here is Amador. Moved it on for Hancock's. Steered down the line for Franklin. Got around El Khawaja. Haskell had to save. The ricochet found its way to Marisic, whose touch was a little bit loose. Garcia. Marisic unable to get away from Amador, and now El Khawaja. Geraldo. Garcia. Lovely swivel from Garcia and a good block from Franklin on the slide, which will benefit Hancock's, who moved it on for Amador. And Marisic stood up well, but what a block that is from Tom Franklin. Footscray keeping the clean sheet still. Northcote want timeout, as Amador was able to keep it alive. Given away to Geraldo now, though, and possibly a Northcote opportunity to break. El Khawaja will have a go. Jankulovski made the save. Northcote corner. And they will have timeout. So an opportunity for a bit of a set-piece setup for Northcote when we come back. It's Northcote 0, Footscray 3. Returning from a Northcote-issued timeout. They are 3 behind. They are in need of many an answer. Corner for Rezai! And Duman couldn't steer it in. Jankulovski there to intervene, and Franklin was happy to clear. A really good opportunity, though, for them to blemish the Footscray clean sheet, just to give themselves an interest in this game. Haven't been able to get themselves really motoring in this game. It's safe to say they've been in the impound going forward, Northcote. Unable to make inroads into Footscray. Maybe an opportunity here with Garcia. Set it back for Giraldo. It's a good read from Tyler, who's gone beyond one. Cody Tyler, on for Franklin, oh, it's outrageous! On the slide, Franklin fires 4 off the back end of some terrific Cody Tyler twinkle toes. Such a smooth finish. Tom Franklin at his razor sharp best. And Footscray are firing their way to spending 6 out of the last 7 unbeaten. Rezai, Garcia, North could get one back. Clean sheet will be blemished. Giovanni Garcia's at it again. He scores in back-to-back games, and Northcote have just got a pulse. Footscray switched off. Left entirely clear one-on-one and placed it beyond Jankulovski perfectly. And now Garcia's on the go. Giovanni Garcia fancies another, steered it to the back post. Duman was unable to get there. Flung long by Jankulovski. Stojanovski's flick cut out by Duman. Here is Giraldo. Duman. Giraldo tried to place it into the room for Rezai to go and run onto it. Just weren't able to get the weight or the range right. Stojanovski. Too far behind Franklin. Real couple of errors for either side. Garcia, Giraldo. Clipped away by Franklin. Giraldo in retreat. Gave it back to Haskell, who couldn't quite thread it for Duman. He had dropped off to go and claim. Jankulovski flung it long for Stojanovski. Duman's challenge, a good one. RMIT Braybrook to follow. Kensington Arians to close out the show for the championship on Sunday. This is the prequel to yet another particularly tasty week in the top flight, as Franklin gives away a free kick. Just have our first little look at that for the afternoon right now. Hearts open up against Moreland. Those two held each other last time. Fitzroy, Thornbury, Aku, Hume, all to close out the show. We could have a very different looking table come night's end. Marisic in the meantime took a clip off Caliotti, then off Amador. Northcote are running out of time if they are to make a late comeback. Let's take Rezai. Franklin kept it alive as well. And now Footscray can go again. Stojanovski! Unable to steer it into the far corner. Haskell went long. Flick on from Duman only found Jankulovski. Now Stojanovski, who took a stumble and then went and won it. Duman then came flying in, and Franklin was there at the second. A little bit of chaos centrally. Footscray in less of a hurry, knowing the clock is their friend. Just got over 60 seconds to the stop clock. Lovely spin from Stojanovski. Lin then went flying in and got it back from Rezai. Amador in retreat. Lin went around two. Rezai's in one-on-one. That's a massive stop from Jankulovski. That might have been Northcote's look. Flicked wide by Rezai in the end. That was a real opportunity. As Duman this time had a go and launched his effort over. Speared long again, looking for Cagliotti, flicked away by Lin. And now Amador with a scuff. Lin and Cagliotti nearly. Haskell prevented both. Marasic had nobody further forward. They show Haskell not best pleased about the lack of options, about the lack of movement. That's a good take from Cagliotti. Lin's challenge, Stojanovski, Cagliotti, that's a brilliant save from Haskell. Just that close quarters, made a close denial. Amador this time, yet another corner. You just think as to who Northcote could inject into this game late to try and cause some Footscray nerves. Just to unsettle them a little bit. Stojanovski, Jankulovski, around Rezai, Cagliotti, side netting, Stojanovski waiting centrally. Haskell went long and went only as far as his opposite number, who went for Cagliotti. Marasic met him. He was surrounded by two, then three. Now it's 3-on-2. Rezai with options left and right. Franklin did well to hold him up, and then Amador was stopped up by Rezai in retreat. Mahdi El Khawaja getting instruction, awaiting reintroduction. He might be the last roll of the Northcote dice. As there's a bit of commotion now. Cagliotti and Marasic have been involved in a little bit of a coming together. Got to the stage of the afternoon where the pleasantries are dispensed with. Michael Ciaris gives them both a bit of a talking to. Things will continue without the brandishing of any cards. Amador down the line. Now Franklin, Stojanovski, Cagliotti, round Haskell and in! 5 for Footscray. Cagliotti accepts a gift as though it was his birthday. On his own at the back post. Set up superbly. Footscray are firing to 3 points. They are firing to within 2 points of the top three. Stojanovski wants timeout. Terrific move to get them that fifth. El Khawaja had a go in vain. Footscray will get that timeout immediately. And just when Northcote had a glimmer, the door was slammed with force. As we go to a break, it's Northcote 1, Footscray 5. Returning from timeout, Footscray have 5. Mohal is motoring and couldn't quite find Caliotti, but what a start to the afternoon for them. As it stands, they are going within 2 points of the playoff places for a side who are certainly striving to be in the top flight picture in 2027. Footscray are making their move at just a good time in 2026. A bit of a sluggish start. Now, well and truly, a forgotten memory for them. Only 1 defeat in 7 games for Alex Stojanovski and co. What a turnaround to their fortunes they have had in the early to middle patch of this year. Autumn's been good to them, where summer was not so kind or warm. Here is Caliotti on for Kevin Mohal, who fluffed his lines. On his own at the back post, just didn't catch it cleanly. Now here's Maricic, that's a great challenge from Mohal. Cal with some composure, Maricic stayed with him. Cal, they're in the way. Caliotti, now this is called back. Andy Cal was a bit too close. Maricic was not best pleased about it. Belted it straight at him. And now North could have got a free kick. Marisic's take. Set it back for Rizai. Maricic lost out. The net was vacant. Haskell was up. Cal was charging. Went early, and Isho Haskell was back in time and took the touch rather tidily. El Khawaja. Maricic. Went down the line for Giovanni Garcia. Return from Maricic. Cal cut the ball out. Caliotti now battling with Maricic. Mohal went to take over and just couldn't get beyond. And here is Rizai in behind. And it lacked the sting to trouble Yankolovsky. That's a tidy fling on for Kevin Mohal, who was out of room. El Khawaja. Haskell was out to play 5th man. That's a loose one from Maricic. And that, for Northcote, rather sums it up. Was an early kick-off of promise, an early kick-off where they looked like they could have had an opportunity to pick up first points of the season. That wait will go on well beyond its 3rd month now. A quarter of the year, have not won a game since 2025. It's been quite a long time. It's been quite a fraught run of form. In need of immediate address. And here is Franklin Footscray. Fancy inflicting more pain. They've got a corner. Staring down the barrel of 9 straight defeats. Not a good omen, even in a long season, to try and prevent a relegation run. Haskell wasn't able to prevent the corner. Mohal's take, left by Hancock's. Franklin Garcia lunged in with some force. Footscray free kick. Tick over 2 to the close of Sunday's opener here in Darebin. Has been quite the performance from Footscray. Northcote only momentarily in the battle. Hancock's left it. Franklin fired! And crashed the post. Inches from another fabulous free kick. Geraldo sent long for El Khawaja. Mohal monitored him. Some have seen enough already. Nodded on by Geraldo. Fell for Franklin. Geraldo blocked. Mohal on the follow-in. Wins a corner. Flick favoured Hancocks, who set back for Jankalovski. Garcia was on the charge. That's a gorgeous ball for Stojanovski. His touch a little loose. Now El Khawaja. Lost out to Stojanovski, who was unable to keep it in. Rizai. Garcia lost out. Stojanovski went and won it. Geraldo. Garcia, good challenge by Hancocks. Now Stojanovski. He and Geraldo have exchanged possession many a time in the last 30 seconds, and this time the clip finds its way out of play. Here is Hancocks. Franklin, oh, lovely spin from Franklin to get away from Rizai. Geraldo had to slide in just to slow him up. That was a gorgeous turn. Bit of fancy Franklin footwork, and here he is again. This time going on the drive. And getting a corner. Hancocks. Mohal made a launch, wasn't able to connect. Though the day is Footscray's. Final 60 seconds of the early kickoff on Sunday. Footscray side going back to within a game momentarily of the playoffs. 9 straight defeats in the league for Northcote. That stretches beyond double digits in all competitions now as well in 2026. And Mohal picked El Khawaja's pocket. Kevin Mohal is twisting and turning. Set it on for Hancocks. Now Stojanovski. The net is vacant and they couldn't capitalise. And Northcote are on the brink of implosion as well as defeat. Isho Haskell and Michael Marisic just having a conversation. We can't repeat what that conversation is, but those two exchanging views on the touchline in between the sticks. There's a lot of discontent, there's a lot of anger around Northcote at the moment at the start of the season. A lot of frustration. That perhaps just boiling over between two important figures at the club. Here is Franklin though, who makes it 6. Another terrific turn. And maybe the icing on the cake for Footscray. Twisted, turned, and then thumped it in. Emphatically. Northcote looking for one for the road. They won't get it. Half a dozen for Footscray to kickstart Sunday. 3 points, 2 from the playoffs. They're getting back towards where they want to be. For Northcote, 9 straight defeats in the league to kickstart 2026. Perhaps at risk of implosion. Quite a lot of frustration that continues. Full time, Northcote 1, Footscray 6. Championship's second instalment, one of quite a lot of importance at both ends of the table in the second tier. RMIT have got an opportunity to really close the gap to Bulleen, who have got the bye this week. They cannot respond. It's a chance for them, a great chance in the title picture to get themselves right back within touching distance of them. They've been in terrific form this season. They've made a fantastic start to the campaign, a side who had a very strange end to 2025 in the championship. Started the season as though they could go on a title charge similar to this. Then there were questions of relegation, and they finished the season in a good patch of form, which ultimately ensured that they'd be playing second tier futsal again in 2026. And now they got the opportunity to go a point from the top of the table and are underway immediately. Braybrook being tested in the early seconds. This is a Braybrook team, though, that have turned a corner in recent weeks and have just looked to be more of a championship threat. They've got themselves a 4-point buffer to Northcote at the bottom of the table. They're holding a playoff place at the moment for a side that their only win has come against the Warriors this season. The only other point came on opening day against Arians. This an opportunity, perhaps. They ran Kensington close last week without too much success in the end, but if the performances are anything to go with, they went toe-to-toe with Moreland in the Cup in the first half of that particular encounter as well. So it's a team that cannot be taken lightly. A potential banana skin for a lot of the top chasing pack in the second tier. Here is Liban Haji. We set it back on for Zaki Ahmed, who tried to steer it down the line for Al Hanai, cut out by Taipi, who gave it an early go. In fact, it is Yahya Khalif who starts for RMIT alongside Tota Keel, Ahmed Al Hanai and Hussein Marabi in between the sticks. Real opportunity for them today to get themselves within touching distance. And here is Al Hanai, who had 2 early looks, both of which were denied. He is looking lively. Al Hanai's take, Tota Keel didn't catch it cleanly. But it's been a much maligned season so far. For both of these teams, Braybrook, it's been a learning curve. And they are just starting to find some championship mettle. And here is Newen in a bit of room. Taipi was on his own. Haji. In fact, Ahmed was there to intervene. Newen's take back for Alice, who gave it a drive and found a way through. Braybrook from nowhere lead against RMIT. And it's a terrific Tom Alice drive. And as it stands, their gap at the bottom of the table will be 7. And for RMIT, they can ill afford to drop points today. Footscray's win puts them only 2 behind them in the race for a playoff place in the early season, and it just starts to take its shape. Taipi sets it back for Mutabazi, on for Newen. Now Taipi, who was wrestling with Al-Hanai. Taipi got beyond them both! And just couldn't steer it into the far corner. RMIT were carved open. Braybrook nearly 2 up in no time. And here is Khalif. Moved it on to Al-Hanai, dropped it off for Totakil, who kept it alive, skipped beyond Dallas, away from Mutabazi, and clipped it wide of the net. That's the response, though, that RMIT were looking for. Behind to a beauty. In the search for a leveller. Only 1 defeat for them so far in the championship this season. Quite an incredible start to the campaign for them. That defeat came against Kensington, who are also in the promotion hunt. A 4-2 thriller after they played out a thriller in the cup the week prior. Here is Yahya Khalif, who couldn't steer it for Ahmed. And now charging is Alice. Taipi's up with him. The ball had far too much force. But that is where they've looked dangerous. Al-Hanai was charging and diving, and in the end able to get it out to Newen. On for Alice. Al-Hanai in retreat. This time across the clear. Really tricky set of fixtures Braybrooks find themselves in. They've got RMIT today, either at the top 2 in the next 2 weeks. A side that have been bolstered for a bit of a challenge. RMIT post today have got Arians before their next big look against Kensington. So quite the way to end May, quite the way to end autumn and to start winter for both of these clubs. And come the end of the next season in the year, the season in itself could take an entirely different shape. RMIT know they cannot have a blip on the radar, as they have done in seasons prior, if they are to keep the promotion push going. Alilek had a good read. And here is Khalif. Patient and set it back for Ahmed. Mutabazi then came across. RMIT trying to pick their way beyond Braybrook. Ahmed, no way around Newen, and Alilek did wonderfully to keep it alive. He turned toe to kill and then ran out of room. As Yahya Khalif with a tidy set of footwork. Moved it on to Shemaisi. Now toe to kill, and Ahmed will give it a go before blazing his effort over. Flung long, Taipi's chest, a good one. Away from Khalif, beyond Ahmed, Marabi had it awkward. Taipi, Alilek was denied by Totakil, who had to be there to block. Newen couldn't clip beyond Shemaisi. Mutabazi in retreat. Now Khalif. Around Mutabazi, Totakil was arriving. Now Shemaisi. Good challenge from Newen. Braybrook ahead and battling at this point in time. Khalif. Zaki Ahmed. Shemaisi with the loose touch. Taipi picked it off. Alilek returned it on the Marabi and in. Braybrook brutal on the break, and they have doubled their lead. Razor sharp on the counter. And at the moment, they are cutting RMIT open. And the team chasing the league lead, chasing the championship title in the early season, are the ones who have got it to do. As Hadji rolled it on for Ahmed, and he wasn't able to find out Shemazy down the line. What a start for Braybrook. 2 up. 3 points that would potentially feel like 6 if they were to go and get them today. They just have to make life difficult for RMIT from here and take their chances. Is this the first real shock in the promotion race for the year? No one's really slipped up, apart from against one another. Is this the first time a spanner is thrown in the works? That's a beauty of a ball for Ahmed, whose touch was a little loose. Haifan was on hand to clear. Flung down the line. Kept alive. Sherry Gavandi couldn't keep the move rolling. In fact, it's Min Nguyen, the one who made the block. I found out this week for Braybrook. Another piece to the puzzle that was lost that will come back in. Hassan Shaghi as well out on court as Sherry Gavandi went looking. Khalif was moved on well by Shemazy. On for Ahmed. Got away from one. Shaghi went to slow him up. Rolled it back to Liban Hadji. And now Ahmed. Given away to Sherry Gavandi. 3-on-1 for Braybrook. And the ball was far too heavy for Shaghi. Otherwise, they were out on their own. RMIT rumbled early. Had you not be on Sherry Gavandi? Haifan, of course, out through suspension this week for Braybrook. Missed he will be. Though at this point in time, they themselves are making a giant step away from the automatic relegation place towards putting the pressure on Melbourne Orients to go and make their move. Sherry Gavandi, Alilak recovered well. Having had a slip, Shemazy went and won it. There was no way around Min Nguyen. Cut out by Hadji. He got it back from Jimenez. Shemazy tiptoeing and hit the base of the post before finding its way out of play. Joaquin Jimenez in the RMIT squad for the first time in a little bit. Former Pascoe Vale Lion in and amongst the ranks. Here is Hadji looking to charge. Alilek got a boot in. Clipped away by Min Nguyen, nodded on by Jimenez, and here is Shemazy. Alilek slid to poor effect. Min Nguyen denied, it will be a corner. Taken quickly. Nguyen there to block. Zaki Ahmed. And here is Joaquin Jimenez. Threaded for Shemazy, who got around Min Nguyen. He got a poke on the way to stop it from finding Laban Hadji and gave away a corner. Jimenez. On for Ahmed. Set on for Shemazy. Joaquin Jimenez. Him and Shemazy linking up well, and then given away to Alilek, who had Sherry Gavandi charging. Hadji was there to intervene and make the block. Alice. Away from Jimenez, not from Ahmed. Now Nguyen. Unable to clip it into the path of Sherry Gavandi. Here is Ahmed. Well, won by Alilek. Hadji went and won it back. Sherry Gavandi got a boot in and moved it on for Alice. And Braybrook were motoring momentarily, though Shemazy came across the block. Alilek. Away from Jimenez wonderfully. Had 2 to go beyond did Alilek. And crashing across to clear was Askari. It's a clip for Sherigavandi. Askari got up, fell at the feet of Hadji. Jimenez. It's Shemesi one way, clipped it away from 2. Knew and then went and won it. And was fouled in the retreating slide by Jimenez. Set on for Alilek by Newen. What a start to this game from Braybrook. Alice unable to tiptoe beyond Jimenez. Taipi did well to slow him up. Taipi once more. Askari in firmly and was clipping at the heels. He and Jimenez. A real scrap and a scramble. Found its way to Shemesi. Now on for Hadji, who's happy to calm things down. Got it back from Askari. And sets it on for Jimenez. Liban Hadji. Askari. Hadji. Jimenez. Shemesi. Hadji. Lovely goal! Jimenez stole in and got one back for RMIT. Delightful move. Finished fabulously. Hadji's little flick was oh so deft. And Jimenez sauntered in to half the deficit. Spark they needed. The goal that had been coming. RMIT had just taken the ascendancy from Braybrook. Had just slowed up those early opportunities. Alice fancied to go from range, and now Alilek. Not beyond Dalhanai. Setback for Alice. Who got away from Shemesi. Newen will recycle. Sent long and unsuccessfully so by Madad Had quite the game last week against Kensington. Though in vain ultimately. Made a number of rather fine saves. Here is Al-Hanai, Newen across. Hadji. Tried to thread it for Shemesi. It's a good read from Alilek, who then had 3 to go round. Lost out to Liban Hadji, who had Newen in retreat. Al-Hanai on the follow-in. Found a way through. And RMIT in next to no time have got themselves level. With muscle, bustle and hustle. Al-Hanai stormed his way through and got this game back on terms. Parity restored. And here is Shemesi from range. That's a good save from Madad Yari. And here is Askari. Set it on for Hadji. No way beyond Alilek. Askari. Shemesi. Hadji, patient from RMIT. Shemesi on for Hadji once more. And now Askari. Trying to move Braybrook around. Shemesi's found a nice pocket. Tidy 1-2 with Askari. Knew and then got in the way. And now the counter. Taipi's touch was too heavy. Hadji picked his pocket. 3-on-2 the other way momentarily. Al-Hanai had a go on the slide. It's a good save from Madad Yari. Alice on for Alilek, who lost out to Askari, and Al-Hanai flashed his effort wide. RMIT have just come to life in this game. For a quarter of an hour, they were questioning if they were about to be toppled. by a team towards the foot of the division. They have now flown into rhythm. As Alice, Newen, nowhere beyond Hadji. Mutabazi. Newen rolled it on for Taipi. It's a good challenge from Askari. Just never allowed the door to be opened. And since finding those early breakthroughs, Braybrook unable to break down, and now Hadji is charging. Newen in retreat. Hadji's rolled it wide. Flung long and picked off by Mutabazi. Newen given away to Hadji, who had options left and right. One was Totakil. And Madajari had his palm stung before being able to pick it up. Flung long for Taipi, who couldn't keep it in. Alhanai moved it on for Hadji. Now Alhanai once more. The composure that RMIT have played with for a lot of the first part of this season. Come back towards the end of this half. Good slide from Newen. Hadji and Askari in battle. Can either find a way to go and snatch the lead before the break. Here is Mutabazi. Alhanai in firmly. And did not impede. Hadji got it back from Totakil. Askari. Hadji. Totakil just made a darting run. Hadji ignored him initially. Now Alhanai. Set it back for Totakil. On for Askari. Patient from RMIT, who are trying to find a way through. Taipi in too firmly. RMIT free kick. And maybe a late look in this first half to go and get themselves ahead. It was thumped straight into the wall of Taipi. Totakil, lovely turn. Moved it back for Askari, who was waiting on Marabi just to peel off for him. Went down the line for Zaki Ahmed. Askari. Totakil. Encouraged to shoot and dragged his effort wide. Really tidy futsal though from RMIT, who have just hit a really good groove come the end of this first half. Braybrook having to hang on a little bit to see if they can go and snatch something. Good turn from Taipi, good challenge from Askari. Mutabazi gave one for Min Nguyen that had too much force. Step back for Askari. Hadji out the other way for Totakil. 90 seconds to the break in Darabin. A first half which has been a half of two halves. The first 10 belong to Braybrook. The 8 and a bit since truly to RMIT, who have ripped their way back into this game. It's a good take from Taipi. Totakil and Askari were in retreat. Taipi, that out for Alice. On for Min Nguyen, who threaded it terrifically. Mutabazi with a loose first touch and then turned himself out of play. Both wanting to carve out a look to go ahead before half-time. There's Ahmed. Down the line was Haji. Turned it to Ahmed once more. Toe to keel. Very patient approach from RMIT to close the half. Braybrook happier to sit off. Khalif tried to steer it to the back stick, wasn't able to. Time ticking to the break. Braybrook hanging on, they are almost there. RMIT wanting to just rip the lead away before the break as Khalif went crashing. Taipi battled with him and got away, and maybe an opportunity for Alidin Taipi. Slowed up by Totakil, whose challenge was firm. Let's look at the half. Tried to steer it for Mutabazi, given away. Haji away from Alice and steered it on to Khalif, and that's a brilliant save to deny him. Right at a crucial time, although he may get another look. Khalif this time thumps RMIT ahead. They've turned it round before half time inside the final 10 seconds of the opening period. Rattled into the roof of the net. And Yahya Khalif, who had been threatening in the moments leading up, has got his goal. RMIT have got their lead and they're looking for one more. The clock will beat them. Half-time in Darabin, a to and fro half. Braybrook's first 10, RMIT's second 10. They flipped the score on its head. It's RMIT 3, Braybrook 2. Returning from half-time here in Darabin, and we have got quite the contest on our hands. It was a real half of two halves, the first one. The first 10 minutes, Braybrook were 2 up and were flying. They had RMIT right where they wanted them, on the back foot, unable to break through, and they're looking to do so early once more. Alilek couldn't find Sherika Vandi. Brilliantly kept in by Khalif, whose goal is the difference right in the final seconds of the first half. He thumped into the roof of the net. RMIT, having got themselves back from 2 down in no time, then went and flipped this half on its head. And flipped this contest on its head too. And here is Joaquin Jimenez, who thumped his effort wide. It's an all-important fixture for both. Braybrook no points might be trickier to come by this week and the next. 2 very, very tricky fixtures, both of the top 2. Whereas for RMIT, this is the want to keep the momentum running. Only 1 league defeat so far in the calendar year. As we have, you wouldn't necessarily call them a streaker. That seems a bit too harsh. We had an intervention on the pitch. It's gone and play can resume. Alilek got a boot in while looking for Ahmed. And here is Ahmed once more. Got it back from Khalif, who he returned it to. Steered on for Jimenez. Brilliant save. And Khalif went down. RMIT wants a penalty. In the meantime, Sherika Vandi moved it out for Alilek, who couldn't find a way through. Only stung the palms instead of rippled the net of Fadal. Here's Ahmed. Moved it on to Yahya Khalif, who did well to keep it alive. Alilek in retreat. And concedes a corner. Fired straight into the near post. Khalif, take 2. Set back for Jimenez. Now Shemazy. Khalif, lovely 1-2 between those two. Now Shemazy. Got it from Jimenez, then went and lost it. And an opportunity, Ashagi moved it on to Sherika Vandi. Alilek went the flick. Good save by Fadal, who closed the angle. Real opportunity, though, for Braybrook to get themselves level. Fired across, well held by Fadal, who then rolled it out for Khalif. It got beyond Alilek, sent it on for Jimenez. Knew and took the sting out and then was stormed upon. Found Sherika Vandi tidily. Ashagi was going one way, Alilek the other. Return for Sherika Vandi. That's a top stop from Fadal. Sherika Vandi's taken. Ashagi made his move a fraction too late. Ball just blazed beyond him. Another opportunity for them that goes missing. Sherika Vandi. This time Jimenez in retreat. Moved it on to Khalif. Ahmed. Had Newen to go at. On the switch with Shemazy. Zaki Ahmed. Great challenge from Newen, who just couldn't quite spring the counter. Khalif got an all-important boot in. Alice was lurking. Coming across was Shemazy. Still neither team able to find a way through in the early period of this second half. It's been quite an arm wrestle of a game from start to finish. Here is Sherigavandi. Lost out to Ahmed. Now Jimenez, who has Alilek in retreat. Whacking, Jimenez went round. RMIT will walk it in. Khalif will apply the finishing touch. And they themselves will get a 2-goal buffer. Such good footwork from Joaquin Jimenez. Steered it across for Khalif. Ahmed left it. Khalif could not miss. And RMIT, the first opportunity of the second half, have not missed, though. That is a lovely flick from Alilek. Now Jimenez. Lost out to Alice. Gave it away to Nguyen. Alilek. Shemazy battling. Nguyen picked it off. And now Min Nguyen. They were trying to work their way through. Give it away to Khalif. On for Shemazy. Khalif again. It's a very good save. As it's moved on for Alice. RMIT want 2-touch. And it's the protest being made by the manager on the touchline. The keeper made the initial save and then got it passed straight back to him. The save from Matt Adjari was a good one. In the meantime, here is Jimenez. For Shemazy. Ahmed gave it back to him. RMIT just taking the sting out of the situation. Taking the bite from Braybrook. Jimenez returned it for Khalif. Switched it out for Shemazy. And now Ahmed. Jimenez, lovely 1-2. All-important block from Alice. And Min Nguyen had to clear. Beyond the halfway stage of the championship for today now. The closer, Kensington against Melbourne Arians. And then the attention is turned to the top flight. That final instalment, oh so important for both of those teams' seasons. Kensington can continue on their good vein. They can join RMIT in closing the gap to Berlin to just a point. But for Arians, if they are to be victorious, they themselves would gain ground on Kensington. 3 points would be the buffer. They'd only be 1 off Footscray 2. And as it stands, they'd put 9 between themselves and Braybrook if they were to win today. So quite a lot on the line for both of these sides. As trying to steer his way out of trouble was Khalif. Al-Hanai tried to do the same. One back by Shemazy. Alilek in retreat. Shemazy tiptoed round the lots and won a corner. Corner set for Ahmed. Important block from Alice, who wore it flush. Set back for Ahmed. Was clipped on towards Khalif. Alilek momentarily had Ahmed backpedaling, and here is Al-Hanai. Good read by Taipi, who got away from Al-Hanai. Braybrook perhaps an opportunity on the counter. Steered on for Alice. Set back for Min Nguyen, who gave it a go. Bit of uncertainty from Fadal, who had to palm it away. Corner, set back for Alice, who lost out to Haji. Alilek's there to mop up. He's got room to go, threaded it on to Nguyen. Alice was on the overlap, well read by Al-Hanai, who had Ahmed motoring. 3-on-1 again for RMIT. Ahmed, Al-Hanai, back for Ahmed, brilliant save. Haji was all on his own, however, at the back post. Madad Yari with a terrific stop. Though RMIT can't believe they haven't scored a fifth. Corner set for Shemazy, who crashed it off of Alhanai. Madajari sent it, Taipi. Good footwork to go and win it back. Min Nguyen, Taipi, Shemazy went to usher it home. And was a bit too relaxed. Shemazy on for Askari. Hadji. Shemazy. Askari. Hadji. Patient again by RMIT, who have just taken total control of this half. Have not given Braybrook a look in. We've ticked just beyond the halfway stage. Right now, RMIT going a point from the summit of the Series Futsal Championship. Side ball taken quickly and smartly. Hadji's on his own, round the keeper, and Mutabazi was instated and intervened at the perfect time. The last of last ditches. Totakil couldn't turn. Min Nguyen picked it up, and here is Mutabazi. No way beyond Askari. Here is Hadji. Threaded on for Alhanai. Taipi tangled with him. Alhanai trying to get in with force. Might get the second attempt and rattled the side netting. Took a little Braybrook flick. RMIT corner. So back for Askari. Wanted to find a way beyond Nguyen. Hadji. Alhanai worked a yard for himself. And fizzed his effort wide of the near post. RMIT closing in on Bulleen at the top of the table. If it stays this way, Kensington will get an opportunity too, though Taipi's picked it off. Went to go himself, blocked by Totakil. Alhanai was in retreat. Taipi recycled it through Nguyen. He got around Hadji, and then the return was far too heavy. But on the flip side, it's a Braybrook team who have turned a corner from where they were at the start of the season. Hadji didn't get a touch. In fact, there's some conversation here. Hadji looked as though he got a flick. It's a conversation for the officials to have. Hadji will claim he flicked it. Fadal wants an assist. Goal given. Hadji got the faintest of little flicks. And RMIT have another, under albeit unbelievable circumstance. Really well made run, and Hadji's off again. This time Fadal chooses not to go to him. Totakil. On for Alhanai. Alice left the leg and hand up immediately in apology. Alhanai comes to a break. Jimenez reinstated, found immediately by Askari. Got it back from Totakil, and here is Askari. Fancied a shot on his own, and Madajari made a good save. Got across to gather it. There's Nguyen. Alice could have flicked beyond Jimenez. Two who've got A good bit of top flight experience, and here is Hadji on the charge, and Madajari again there to deny him, and roll it on for Mutabazi. Jimenez held him up, and got it back from Ascari. Joaquin Jimenez wanted the unselfish route, and Taipi picked it off. Hadji in retreat. Didn't impede Taipi. Ticking towards the stop clock here in Darabin. Puck down the line for Hadji. RMIT are 5 from 3 points. That takes them 1 point from not only the top of the league, but the automatic promotion place. A real opportunity to get the early title hunting pressure back on Bulleen, although Sherigavandi wanted to change that. Ascari picked his pocket, had runners either side, one of whom was Hadji. He went on the volley and didn't connect cleanly. Speared long for Sherigavandi. Fadal came flying, so Takil ensured the door was closed. So Takil tried to fling long for Hadji. Mutabazi got a touch too high up to control that and had a trickle out of play. Here is Nguyen, who got around Jimenez and just wasn't able to keep it in. His final touch too heavy. Flung long for Hadji, who's had quite the second half. Alilek picked it off, got away from Jimenez. Josef Alilek is going beyond the lot. Fadal saved the first. So Takil intervened on the second. Still going was Alilek, and he won a free kick. Alilek's free kick to give Braybrook a pulse. Thumped it into the wall. The second was blocked, and now an opportunity on the counter. Khalif found Ascari, and Fadal fancies a go and wasn't able to trouble his opposite number, who flung long. Joaquin Jimenez got a touch. Braybrook corner. RMIT's ball, in fact. Sherigavandi got the final flick. Now with height, chested down by Ishagi. Alilek couldn't get away from Jimenez. Ishagi. Effort drilled low, though unsuccessfully by Madad as Ascari. Jimenez, toe to kill. Cut out this time by Alilek, who drilled low. Fadal made a fine save. And then Khalif clipped it off Alilek and out of play. And it may just be one for Alilek where you don't want to wear one. Ariane's warming up behind plate. They closed the show against Kensington. The final championship edition. In the meantime here, RMIT are all but home, although Sherigavandis crashed the post. Alilek went to switch again. Sherigavandi set back for Ishagi. What a save from Fadal. Tota Keel kept it off the line as well. Braybrook corner. They are pushing. Go to the near post. They will do it all over again. RMIT want timeout. This time with depth. Set for Alilek. Fadal made a good save. And the second from Sherigavandi also required intervention. Fadal has won one. He's back on his feet. Goal frame needs realignment. Taken by Sherigavandi, cut out by Fadal. He fancied a go. And was not too far away. Madajari was in retreat. Here is Alilek. Minuan. Far too far for Ashagi. And that will be RMIT's timeout. They, in the second half, have really run away with this game from Braybrook. 3 to go when we return. It's RMIT 5, Braybrook 2. Returning from timeouts, RMIT the ones to issue it. They lead this game 5-2. They've had Braybrook on the back foot majority of the second half. They've taken their chances when they've presented themselves. It's been a thoroughly professional performance for a team in the promotion chasing picture to start 2026. This, if it stays this way for the time that remains, gets them within a point at the top of the league in and of itself. Though Min Nguyen wants to change that late on and has found a way through. Braybrook gets one back. And there is a pulse. Fadal not firm enough on the save, and the door just stays a little bit open. They may not be done yet. Nguyen picked it up, rolled it on for Ashagi. He fancies a go and steered the effort over. 2.5 to the close. Only 2 in it. Braybrook buoyed by the one back. Flung long, flicked on by Khalif. Sherigavandi did well. Madajari unable to go further forward, cleared only as far as Min Nguyen. Now Alilek. Nguyen. Sherigavandi. Sharp swivel. Sherigavandi wanted to go around the lots, and Fadal had to make a save at his near post. Corner. Fizzed too centrally, fizzed too invitingly for Fadal to go and gather it, and he flung it on for Shemezi, who rolled it down the line for Joaquim Jimenez. Madajari went to go and gather it and nearly used this for Sherigavandi with a good touch. It only opened the door for Ahmed to go and win it though, and then he got away from Alilek, got beyond Nguyen, steered it on for Jimenez, and Khalif was denied brilliantly. What a save from Madajari. That was RMIT's look to kill this game. Set back for Khalif and for Ahmed. Khalif. Jimenez. Lovely ball. Wonderful finish. That'll do. That will do. A hat-trick for Khalif. 3 goals for him, a 3-goal buffer and 3 points for RMIT. And they will go 1 point from the top of the table. Such a crisp move to cut Braybrook open and put this game all beyond doubt. Khalif back for Jimenez. Ahmed through the legs of Min Nguyen. Picked up on by Madadjari. Rolled it for Cheragavandi. Nguyen. Khalif in retreat. Fadal quickly on for Shemazy. Final 60 seconds here in Darabin of Sunday's second edition. And Joaquin Jimenez has got many a yards. The flick over the keeper and in. Misfortune for Madadjari. Cruel on Braybrook, but for Joaquin Jimenez and RMIT, they are rolling their way towards a proper promotion push. Braybrook beaten this game, getting away from them a little bit in the sense late on. Min Nguyen not beyond Khalif, who's had a day. It's been his day. RMIT only a point from the top of the table. Kensington have the opportunity to join them next against Melbourne Orients in the Championship's final installation for Sunday. And here is Alilek in the meantime. Fadal save, Taipi's following. And Braybrook get one back. Consolation though it may be. Taipi poached it, finished it, picked his corner and found it. A finish in vain, though Braybrook certainly make the scoreline a bit more reflective on how this game has flowed. Here is Khalif. Look for Jimenez, who got it from Nguyen, tried to steer it for Khalif. Taipi concedes the corner. Ahmed. RMIT have had some afternoon. Two teams in the promotion push have both won to kickstart Sunday. Khalif wants something special. Shemazy steered it for him. Taipi cleared it off the line. Khalif went again. And now maybe one more for the road for Braybrook. Nguyen. Not away from Jimenez. 1 point from the top of the table. Go RMIT. What a performance from them. Were 2 down early, turned it round and made sure it was another smashing Sunday. Full time in Darabin. RMIT 7, Braybrook 4. The final tickets of the show for the championship this afternoon, one with quite an interesting dichotomy to it. Kensington can join RMIT in going a point from Bulleen if they are to be victorious here against an Arian side who themselves are looking to install a bit more of a buffer zone between them and Braybrook. The gap could be 9. if they were to steal a scalp today. It would also bring them within 3 points of Kensington, who are only 2 ahead of Footscray, currently in 3rd in the hunt of the promotion playoff places. This really is the crossroad for them. If they win, the title credentials can go and be fulfilled. If they don't, they might be looking as part of the playoff chasing pack. Quite a lot on the line for both of these teams this afternoon in the late instalment for the championship. The Premiership will follow later on this evening with 3 fantastic fixtures well and truly up ahead. It's good to see a couple Moreland Blues in the building already. We've got the early kickoffs against Carlton Hearts. Here is Patton, however, driving down the line, finds Malakia. Mara. Set it back for Nikolakidis. Malakia. One behind Nikolakidis. Skoufis kept it in, prevented the corner. Mara. Nikolakidis. Closed down by Jalali. It's been an up and down season for Melbourne Arians so far. They've just started to get into a good little bit of form in recent weeks. They've just started to find results easier to come by than perhaps they did earlier on in the calendar year. A side who played playoffs were only 2 successful legs against Hume away from being in the top flight for this year. Had an unwanted start to the championship season. They were in good touch against Northcote last week. That 4-1 win, incredibly convincing. Picked up back-to-back wins as well. They beat both of their relegation rivals. 6 really important points, which has steered the race for not just the top 3, but 4th and 5th. And that important position of either you'll be in a promotion playoff or a relegation playoff. Only 6 points between them. That would become 3 if Arians were to be victorious this afternoon. And, well, this league is notoriously tight at the top and at the bottom. Very rarely do teams have it all wrapped up. Last season, a great example. Footscray on the final day in the promotion playoff spot. They went into the game against Arians, who got the better of them and leapfrogged them all the way into the top 3. And Footscray at the end of that day were 2 goals away from starting the day in the promotion playoff to ending the day in the relegation playoff. That's how tight the league is, as Dominguez was unable to get further forward. Patton beyond Jalali, on for Mara, who tried to steer it for Malik Kya. Ali Reza Shamkhani came a long way. Here is Dominguez. Moved it up the other way for Tamori, who will have an early go, and at the back post. A wonderful opportunity for Arians to get themselves ahead. The first real opportunity they've had themselves to get at Kensington. Fabulous, fabulous move. The link-up between Dominguez, Jalali, Tamori was superb. All it needed from Wayal Ibrahim at the back post was the finish, and they would have been 1 up. Here is Mara, looking to answer in kind, though wasn't able to keep it alive. A really, really big flashpoint in the first 5 minutes of this game. Tamori set it back for Ibrahim, on for Paulo Dominguez. Away from Patton, wonderfully. Dominguez, Tamori, steered it back for Dominguez, a fraction too heavy, but Arians are having a lot of joy early. 2 really, really good looks right at the very start of this game. Kensington called a little slow. They were similar against Braybrook last week. They didn't necessarily fly out of the traps, found themselves behind in the game, and then went and won it. Here is Shokri, though, on the counter. Moved it on for Jalali, who tiptoed round the lot. Ball Patton, who then picked his pocket. Nikola Kudis, great ball for Mara! Wonderful Kensington goal on the counter. 2 opportunities for Arians squandered. The Eagles go at the other end and spread their wings. A breakneck counter-attack. Mara was marching. He was found well by Nikola Kudis. Kensington have the goal they craved. Aryans have got a bit to do. There's Jalali. Steered it on for Ibrahim. Patton picked his pocket. Dominguez then wanted the same. Ibrahim was in too. Mara wanted to steer it to the back post, though just wasn't able to pick out Tamim Malikyar, who had made his move. Quite a start to this game for both of these teams. Here's Ibrahim, on for Jalali. Patton was there in retreat, unable to roll it beyond Mara. That's a tidy read. And now Patton, who's got 2 to go at. Ibrahim tried to stop him. And Patton entangled again. And Patton wins out on that occasion. Patton set it for Soutsidis, and Jalali was there to block. Patton take 2, this time with depth. Malikyar's touch was a good one. He set it back for Nikola Kudis. Now Soutsidis, who had Jalali charging at him. Soutsidis got around him, moved it on for Patton. Dominguez read the one further. Ibrahim was swarmed upon. Patton then came through and was fouled by Wael Ibrahim. Alireza Shamkhani sets his wall. 2 in it. An opportunity for Kensington to go and double their lead, to really press home their advantage. Nikola Kudis switch for Soutsidis, who wanted the return. Shamkhani forced into the save and tried to steer it for Shokri as a secondary action, though was unable to do so. Soutsidis once more, on for Malikyar. Jalali went to press him. Malikyar evaded him terrifically and then couldn't go further than Dominguez. Malikyar set it back for Nikola Kudis, who gave it to Skoufis. And Malikyar once more. Soutsidis away from Shokri. Malikyar on the overlap. Went to cross it when he should have had a go. Another really good Kensington move. All that needed the finishing touch. As Wael Ibrahim went long. Nikola Kudis lost out to Dominguez. He had Soutsidis in retreat. Paulo Dominguez nearly got the angle right. Skoufis conceded the corner. Jalali's take. Set back for Ibrahim. Fancied a go from range and didn't quite catch it with the accuracy he would have liked. Caught it cleanly enough. It just lacked the direction. Here is Malikyar. On for Nikola Kudis. Tried to thread it for Malikyar. Would have been a marvellous ball had it come off. Kensington have started brightly. Those first couple of Aryans chances, a big opportunity they squandered with Ibrahim at the back post. It could have had a different complexion on the half. Soutsidis tried to steer it to the back stick, had a go at the second and wasn't able to make either work. Halfway stage coming up in this first half. Here in Darebin, Kensington lead by a goal to 0. Courtesy of Mara, though that is under jeopardy. Malikyar was spun and Skoufis denied well. Just as Hassab was lurking, still going as Hassab. Set it back for Shokri. One more on for Ibrahim, whose shot wins a corner. Aryans now on the search for an equaliser. Set back for Ibrahim. Skoufis got his angles right at the near post and then rolled it into a place where Hassab was lurking. Mara did enough to see it out of play, but the injection of Ali Hassab early has proven to be lively, as it so often does for this Aryan side. Wael Ibrahim battled with Soutsidis. The referee raved it away. Shokri moved it to Ibrahim. who threaded it on well. Hassab was lurking, unable to be found. But now an opportunity for Shokri and a good block from Mara. Side ball, Aryans. Ethan Saeed went down the line momentarily. Went for Ibrahim, cut out by Malik Yar, and Ibrahim then conceded the play. You've just joined us. Sunday's final edition. Footscray got themselves to within a matter of points of the promotion chasing pack. They are now only one defeat in 7. And in the second game, Braybrook gave RMIT a fright going 2 up early, though RMIT responded in kind. They're a point from the top. As it stands, Kensington are joining them, though Ali Hassab wants to change that. He sets it back for Shokri. Wasn't able to play it into the path of Saeed. Big night of Premiership action to come as well. But at this point in time in the second tier, this game's just hit a bit of a first half lull. That's a sub. Unable to get it under control. After started with Fury's become more calculated. Here is Patton, who sat down Shokri. Oliver Patton wanted to work a yard. Set back for Succeedis. Patton lost out to Hassab, who is motoring and steered it on for Ethan Saeed. And a good block from Succeedis at the expense of a corner. Saeed's take. Shokri got in on his own at the near post. Patton left him. Mara made up for it. And the challenge from Maglis saw it out of play. Here is Mara. Aryans want timeout. Mara fired it. Maglis blocked it. Saeed had it ricochet off him. Set back for Succeedis to have a go. That's a good save by Ali Reza Shamkhani. Kensington corner. Have Aryans on the back foot. Patton at the near post. Tried to bustle his way beyond 4 in blue. Mara made it work. Got away from Maglis. Him and Hassab went to slow him up. The ball will trickle out of play and Aryans will have that timeout. Mara's goal the difference in the final championship instalment. It's Kensington 1, Melbourne Aryans 0. Aryans wanted timeout. We return from it. Kensington a goal up. Ticking towards first half stop clock territory. Malik Yar couldn't make it out at the near post. So far this a game that has well and truly flown by. These two teams, it's been a real arm wrestle. Both have had opportunities. Patrick Mara the only one to take one so far. That is the difference, and that at this point in time, is the goal that sends Kensington a point from the top of the table. Cut out by Maglis. Here is Hassab. Maglis. On for Ali Hassab once more. And Skoufis was there to deny. Right at his near post. He's had a tidy half so far. He's had quite a bit to do. Big opportunity for Wael Ibrahim before Kensington went ahead. Had he scored, this game might have looked entirely different for Arians. It's the big what if for them. Their big flashpoint from this first half so far. As Hassab lost out to Malikia. Now Mara on for Patton. Unable to get away from Maglis. Malikia cut out by Hassab, who had an opportunity. Skoufis saved. Sides following, hit the side netting. A really good opportunity. Almost a quick 1-2 punch. Here is Maglis. Flicked away by Mara. On for Patton, who steered it a fraction behind Mara at the right time. Just when the weight needed to be perfect. As Patton had Hassab, who skipped away from him. Saeed returned it to Hassab, and Skoufis made a massive save. Ali Hassab still going. Patton sat him down momentarily, and then it was only flicked into the palms of Skoufis, who was waiting on runners. Malikia, the only one who dropped off. Kensington with a heart-in-mouth moment momentarily. There's Patton. And Saeed came scything through Malikia. Nikola Kudus turned it to Malikia. Soutsidis was grappling with Tamori. And Saeed had Hassab go too early. Here is Malikia once more. Mara. Steady back foot, Tamim Malikia. Now into the path of Soutsidis, who again had Tamori to go with. Jalali. Set it back for Tamori. Hassab had dropped off for him, tried to clip it down the line. Soutsidis kept it alive. Malikia. Away from Maglis. Soutsidis wanted to steer it centrally. Tamori was there to block. Soutsidis' take. Shamkhani quickly across to close the angle and quickly to go to Jalali, who got away from Nikola Kudus, was confronted by Mara. Soutsidis was there too to lend a helping hand. Set it back for Maglis. Now on for Tamori. Maglis. Jalali. Tamori. Good challenge from Malikia. Set for Maglis, who steered his effort over. It's been a half where Arians had one golden opportunity that would have put them ahead. After they squandered it, they haven't been able to create much since. As Nikola Kudus moved it on to Malikia. Set back by Soutsidis. Nikola Kudus again. Jalali stayed with him the whole way. Here is Nikola Kudus. Mara. Wael Ibrahim just backing him off. Nikola Kudus had Jalali. Went to spear it for Soutsidis, who appreciated the idea. Kensington also lacking that cutting edge now. A half that's got cagey, a half that's got really tight. 2.5 to the break here in Darebin. Kensington doing enough at the time. Here's Dominguez wanting to change that. Set it for Tamori, who didn't catch it quite cleanly. That's been the tale of their half. A couple of opportunities, but nothing that's really come to fruition. For an Orient side knowing that they need to win today to avoid being cut adrift of any sort of early season promotion chasing pack that forms. Kensington are well and truly in and amongst that. They, as it stands, continue to push their credentials as part of the title chasing trio rather than just a promotion playoff chasing team. Here is Jalali. Dominguez. Tamori on the overlap a while. Ibrahim. Here is Dominguez. Hadwayal Ibrahim the other way as well. Jalali too dropped off. Tidy futsal from Arians. Tamori with a loose touch. Allowed Malakiar to win it. And move it on to Nikola Kudis, who was set for options and then steered his shot well wide. Can Arians find something? Is there a late change to the script in the first half? Dominguez lost out. Soutsidis picked his pocket. On was Malakiar. Dominguez was in retreat. Jalali too came to challenge him. Malakiar lost out. Jalali's side ball steered into Skoufis's palms, who flung it on to Nikola Kudis. Soutsidis kept it alive. Nikola Kudis rolled it for Mara, whose central set had nobody arriving. Tamori wasn't taking any chances. Set back for Mara, on for Malakiar. Mara, Nikola Kudis. Soutsidis and Dominguez grappling. Dominguez happy to see it out of play. Time ticking down. Varians to go and grab a leveller. Here is Wayal Ibrahim. Tried to thread it for Jalali. Cut out by Nikola Kudis. Set it back for Skoufis just. Nikola Kudis not beyond Ibrahim. Arians have a side ball inside the first half's final minutes here in Darabin. Ibrahim's take. Dominguez had a go. Skoufis parried. Malakiar cleared. Steered down the line for Ibrahim, who wasn't able to get it under. Skoufis wants to go long. They won a late second. Soutsidis was the only one lurking. Nikola Kudis got it. Jalali hit the floor. Dominguez got a boot in. Ricochet found Malakiar, whose touch was a little loose at the second time. A close and cagey first 20, about to draw to a close for the Championship's final instalment here in Darabin. On quite a wintry Sunday afternoon, it's safe to say. First one we've had that's been properly a little bit miserable outside. There's nothing miserable, though, about what's going on in here. Well, Ibrahim took it back a bit further. Set it on for Jalali. Got around Malakiar. Jalali was looking to go beyond the lots, and Malakiar's challenge at the second was a good one. Malakiar drilled it, Skoufis palmed it. Jalali will have another go. Instead of a corner, a deep side ball. Jalali clipped it, flicked away, and then helped on its way by Soutsidis Shamkhani to begin maybe the final wave of the first half. There's Dominguez. Wayal Ibrahim. Dominguez, time ticking away. 1 second to go before half-time. Jalali's take. Now then. Skoufis said he didn't get a touch. The goal was chalked off. It will not stand. No flick off the keeper. Jalali went the direct route. Skoufis immediately showcasing he got nothing of it. But a little bit of a flashpoint to end the half. Only one goal in it. It's Kensington 1, Melbourne Arians 0. Returning for the final time in the championship today from half-time. Kensington 1 up against Melbourne Arians. Mara's goal the difference in a first half which lacked any real sort of rhythm to it. Neither side got their best futsal, though. Jalali's in behind and has equalised within seconds. Where he was denied right at the end of the first half, Jalali stole through, picked Kensington pockets and levelled it up. They switched off Not ready to roll into the half, and Jalali is charging. Up with him is Dominguez, and Skoufas made a smart stave. He went to fling it long for Sudsidis, while Al Ibrahim got in the way. Now here is Hassab. Jalali lost out to Malakia, who had runners with him. Ibrahim shut the door, and now Jalali. Away from Sudsidis, on for Hassab, who just couldn't get any connection on it. Had he done, they may have flipped this game round. A little bit of a Kensington inquest into the early concession of that goal. Only took a matter of seconds for the Eagles to be brought back down to earth. What a start to this second half. Locked level. These two teams both know how important 3 points is for the other. At the moment, Kensington just slowing it all down, taking a bit of the sting out of it. Here's Sudsidis. Clipped by Nikola Kudis. Patton couldn't get away from Ibrahim, who had marshalled him well. Now Dominguez. Lost out to Nikola Kudis. Sudsidis. Patton and Dominguez battling. Ball finds its way out of play. Jalali, who is charging and driving, and Jalali, not beyond Malakia, and then Skoufis gathered it, flung it on for Nikola Kudis, who lost out to Dominguez. Hassab. Dominguez. Wayal Ibrahim. Patton went to go and press him. Dominguez presented an option. Jalali was lurking. Sudsidis shut the door. And still Dominguez goes. It is Paulo Dominguez motoring away from Malakia. Somehow kept it alive. And now Ali Hassab will have a go. And Ali Hassab will win a corner. Orion's a totally different team from the one in the first half. They've hit their groove, they've hit a real rhythm. Jalali's take with depth. Hassab kept it alive. And then got away from Nikola Kudis and rolled it in for Dominguez. Patton tried to shut the door. Dominguez got a shot in. Skoufis wasn't certain. Will be another corner. Jalali wasteful on that occasion. Two teams locked level though. Here is Sudsidis looking to change that. Patton was lunging and was never going to get there. And Dominguez was caught out by Patton. And now Dominguez and Ali Hassab just being told to retreat. Patton set it for Nikola Kudis. Mara flicked it for Sudsidis, who worked an angle on Wayal Ibrahim. Hassab, Jalali, Ibrahim on for Dominguez. That's a tidy little dink. And here is Hassab, not beyond Nikola Kudis. Dominguez, Jalali returned it for Paulo Dominguez. What a first 5 minutes we've had to this second half here in Darabin. Orient got themselves level. Kensington haven't really been able to hit the same rhythm they did in the first. And here is Dominguez on the drive. That's a good save from Skoufis. He knew not much about it. That was hit with real pace. Jalali's take, set back for Ibrahim. Hassab, Jalali, tried to tiptoe around them all. Nikola Kudis cleared. And Nikola Kudis will go in the book. And Nikola Kudis still arguing the point. He's got to be very cautious here. Nikola Kudis on a yellow. Aryans have a corner. Still the conversation goes on. A little bit of a flashpoint to finish things, as Dominguez got it away as Jalali was queuing up a shot. Shamkhani on for Hassar. That's a glorious turn. Kept alive by Mara now. Patton. Mara couldn't poke it any further than Jalali, who was motoring. Patton lunged in. Aryans want a free kick. They won't get one. Scoof is searched for Tsatsides on the swivel. Good save, Shamkhani. Taken quickly for Patton. Got a flick on the way through. They will do it all over again. Patton. Mara. Ibrahim. Not a corner this time. Kensington side ball. They've just started to get into this half. Set for Nikola Kudis, blocked by Jalali. Now Mara. Nikola Kudis. Steered down the line. Wanted to see this. He wasn't able to keep it. Jalali. Patton. Hassab came away with it. Patton was with him. And went and picked his pocket, did Oliver Patton. He then had a go. And won a corner. And him and Wayal Ibrahim had a bit of an entanglement. A little bit of feeling then to the closer today. Patton's take. Mara had a go. Shamkhani unbothered at the near post. Dominguez. Had Patton lurking. Wayal Ibrahim. Mara in ahead of Tamori, who moved it on quickly. Dominguez on for Saeed. Tamori was lurking as well. They didn't steer it to him, but Aryans had a golden opportunity to get themselves ahead. Nikola Kudis moved it on to Malakia. And now Tsatsides. Couldn't get around Ibrahim. Tamim Malakia. Poked on for Mara. Tamori was lurking. Nikola Kudis clipped it. Shamkhani, the only one there to gather it. Dominguez. Steered down the line for Saeed. Nikola Kudis prevented. Not once, not twice. It was recycled through Wayal Ibrahim. Tamori. Steered down the line for Dominguez, who just wasn't able to get there. Halfway stage of the second half. Tick over 10 to go. Sunday's final championship instalment for both these teams. Precious points on the line. A winner for either. If you're Kensington, a point from the top. If you're Aryans, 3 points from the playoffs. And here is Malakia on for Mara. Ibrahim blocked. Saeed did too. He was seen out of play. To come next in the Premiership, the top flight returns once again. Having delivered in droves the week before. Carlton Hart Moorland, quite a tasty appetiser for the evening. Those two drew 7-all the last time they met in league action. Fitzroy and Thornbury the main course, and dessert to take you home, Melbourne, Aku and Hume. What a night we have ahead of us. The bye for Pascoe, but an opportunity for the table to take another very big seismic shift. as it starts to shape itself up this season. Here's Mara. Down the line for Nikolakudis. I saw it out of play. Clip long for Malakia. Tamori got a flick. Kensington just causing an issue or two. As Nikolakudis came storming through and steered over. Again at the near post. Kensington in the early kickoff next week, 1 o'clock against Northcote. And Arians at the late one against RMIT, as McLeish got in behind and steered over. This game has become stretched. What a way to round out the first half of Sunday. Soutsidis, far too far away from Malakia. A few more of the series look sauntering in. Likes of Adam Cooper, Sven Wicked as well. In and amongst it, Lucas Hogan in the building. Aidan Power and Matt Cruz, Shaban Rajab, all of whom will be taking to court up next. First top flight installation of the evening. Another promising week in Carlton, who are continuing the search for that first win in series in over a calendar year. Can they get that this evening, or will it be a Moreland side in need of a rebound after the defeat to Aku last week? In the meantime, Malakia finds Soutsidis, who scores with a fancy little flick, and Kensington have got their lead back in some style. Gorgeous, deft and delightful. Kensington back in the lead, just as Arians looked like they were going to make a second half charge, and Nikolakudis picked Jalali's pocket without impeding him. He wasn't able to do so. Arians' free kick. Dominguez gave it a go and drilled it wide of the post. Flung on for Soutsidis. Warded off Dominguez. In was Tamori. Soutsidis. Handball. It was Dominguez driving. Saeed lost out to Malakia. Clipped on by Soutsidis. Looking was Nikolakudis. Jalali wasn't able to keep it alive. Here is Soutsidis. Fancies a go from range and is unable to find a way through. Tamori, Jalali, set it back for Tamori. Steered it on well for Jalali, who had Mara in retreats, and it needed saving. Corner taken quickly. Set on for Tamori to have a go. Malakia was there to block. We're near the stop clock. 5 to the close. As Soutsidis anywhere will do. Kensington want a corner. They won't get one. Shamkhani will restart things with immediacy. Dominguez cut out by Nikolakudis, who was felled by Saeed and wins a free kick. Kensington free kick. Mara's take, thrashed it into Jalali. Kulakudis' side ball. Malik Yar. Oh, lovely swivel. Malik Yar round Shamkhani. Soutsidis kept it rolling. The goal was still vacant. Shamkhani then there to go and dive on it. Jalali moved it on to Dominguez. Soutsidis battling with him, as was Malik Yar. On for Tamori! Jalali got a touch! Orients have got themselves level again! And it's Jalali at the double. Kensington couldn't see it out. They could not pick him up, and he punished them to full effect. The Eagles have got it to do. Arians feel as though they can go and pinch this. Marian Saeed entangled, free kick. Malik Yar's free kick. The wall does its bit. Here is Saeed's unable to steer it for Dominguez. What a way to close the day in the second tier. Battling was Malik Yar. Moved it on to Mara under immense pressure from Saeed. Gave it away to Jalali. Now Ethan Saeed. The angle was too tight. Rafa Malik Yar. Fancy to go early of his own. Timeout, Melbourne Arians. They fancy your words. Jalali's at the double. They've got themselves level. 2 each as we go to timeout.
Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, what, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone...
Returning from timeout, Arians got themselves level. They feel they can go and win this game. They wanted a word with time ticking away in the championship for the day. Ibrahim and Patton again entangled. And again the ball finds its way out of play. Who wants to go and win it? Is the real posing question. Malik Yar set on for Patton, who had Malik Yar on the overlap. It's a good read by Hassab in retreat. Malik Yar fancied to go himself and wasn't far away. Flung by Shamkhani, measured for Jalali, who's on a hat-trick. And Jalali is driving and then took a stumble and a tumble. And when went to rekindle, was immediately challenged. Wael Ibrahim on for Hassab, whose pocket was picked by Malik Yar. And it forced the shave from Shamkhani. He has been quite busy in this patch of the game. Both these teams looking to go on and pinch it. Patton's ball fizzed aimlessly. Malik Yar got away from Jalali. Worked a yard for himself and steered it over the bar. Malikyar nearly with a moment of magic to give Kensington the lead back once more. Now here's Dominguez. Hassab, Jalali, Malikyar goes on the counter. Options left and right. One of whom was Mara, steered into the arms of Shamkhani, who went long for Hassab. Patton was in on him. Pressing fiercely as Patton. Hassab evaded, ran out of room. And Jalali is going to get a yellow card. So a bit of feeling and a bit of spice to close the show. Jalali lost out to Malikyar. Hassab was hunting. Now Mara. Get away from Jalali. Malikyar, Patton. Ibrahim did enough, as did Dominguez. Patton then pounced. Dominguez could break. Malikyar slowed him up. And then was swarmed by two. Malikyar pressed Dominguez and Jalali both had a go. And in the end it finds its way out of play. One here wins it, either way. The question is, who wants to go and pinch it, or will we be sharing the points to close the show? 2 to the end here in Darabin of what has been a terrific final instalment for the championship on Sunday. And here is Dominguez on for Hassab, who had to go and hit the post. And then Patton. Dominguez, when hurdling, had a leg left in. Here's Shokri. Wael Ibrahim. Given away to Mara, who had Patton motoring. Mara tried to roll it up for Patton, who couldn't pick the back of the net. Coming close are both to snatching it. Here is Shokri. Moved it on to Hassab. Lovely challenge by Patton, who is charging. Dominguez in retreat. Patton found a way around. Tried to steer it on for Mara. Ibrahim got a boot in. And now Hassab the other way. Up with Dominguez. Who wasn't able to clip it in a way that troubled Skoufas. Malikyar had to go himself again, so couldn't steer it. Shamkhani not happy. He wanted Dominguez to turn. Ibrahim Shokri could only steer it out of play. Ethan Saeed will come on for the final 65 seconds. Mara made it on to Malikyar. Soutsidis. The first effort blocked by Ibrahim. Second rolled on for Malikyar. Him and Saeed collided. And now Hassab. One-on-one with Mara. Ali Hassab went the long way. That's a brilliant challenge by Mara in retreat. Corner for Aryans. Taken with a Shokri got a yard! And steered it in! And they might have just stolen it. Right at the very last. Crushing for Kensington. Adulation for Aryans. Fizz for Soutsidis. Ibrahim intervened. Shokri. Tamori gives away a corner. 36 seconds. There couldn't be another twist, could there? Malikyar gave it a go. Shamkhani knew nothing about it. Just had it hammered into him. Frame of the goal reworked. Aryans 1 up. Set short for Malakiar. The return stayed in just. Palms of Shamkhani were found, and he wants to release Saeed. Him and Malakiar battling. Now or never for Kensington to go and split the points. Otherwise, Footscray will be 2 behind. They will lose ground on the top 2. And Ali Reza Shamkhani is down. Bit of cramp for the keeper. "18 seconds to perhaps pinch a point. Ground lost regardless in the title race and in the promotion race. Malakiar. Tamori got a boot in. Still there is a faint pulse. Kensington have not had their wings clipped yet. Malakiar gave it a go. They'll have a corner. Set behind Mara. Malakiar marching to meet it. Tamori's with him. That might do it unless something can happen. Malakiar not beyond Shokri. Free kick and a yellow card. Maybe the final opportunity. Tamori the one in the wall. Malakiar's free kick. Dumped straight into it. Aryans might have done enough. 5 seconds to find a winner. Soutsidis lurking. Shamkhani got a touch. Will be a corner. This is it. To go and grab something. Or will Aryans hold out? Flicked by Tamori. Still they cannot breathe. Set for Soutsidis. Blocked on the line. That'll do it. Aryans get a huge win in dramatic fashion to round out the championship. Kensington have their wings clipped in the title race and promotion race. Full-time in Darabin. Kensington 2, Melbourne Aryans 3.
Coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nando came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nando signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, like how much we've improved as a club.
Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something, you're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he got obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we? people hate Hume and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outside perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nundle came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nundle signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, how much we've improved as a club. Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it. When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something. You're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he got obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we? Why do people hate Hume and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outside perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nundle came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nundle signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, how much we've improved as a club.
even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them. Like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something. You're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he's got obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we? Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outside perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nandul came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nandul signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, how much we've improved as a club. Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it. When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something. You're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he's got obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals. Well, you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well. If they can do it, why can't we? Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nandul came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nandul signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, like how much we've improved as a club. Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it. When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something. You're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he got obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we? Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can can truly say is jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot. You can see made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nandor came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nandor signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, how much we've improved as a club.
Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something. You're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he's got obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of thing. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we? Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot. You can see made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nandor came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nandor signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, how much we've improved as a club.
even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them. Like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something. You're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he got obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of thing. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we? Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nandul came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nandul signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, how much we've improved as a club. Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it. When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something. You're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he got obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of thing. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well. If they can do it, why can't we? Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outside perspective, I can see the development of the club.
And it is time for some top flight futsal. The championship has been and gone on Sunday. The top flight now returns for quite an important week. In the early kickoff, a Carlton Hearts side who are staring down the barrel of an opportunity to get their first win in the top flight for almost a calendar year. Their first win in series since 2025. For the Moreland Blues, a big need to rebound as they were mauled by Melbourne Aku last time out. It put a dent in their opportunity to go and get themselves back in the title race, to go and close the gap to Fitzroy right at the very top of the series futsal premiership table. A lot on the line for these two tonight. For Hart, this will feel like a 6-pointer. For Moreland, they know they can ill afford to drop any more progress, even at this early stage in the season. And when they met last time, an enthralling and unbelievable 7-all draw. Carlton must have thought they had them where they wanted them, and Moreland found a way to go and pinch a point. My name's Ethan Rigg. Welcome to the full edition of Series Futsal Sunday. Welcome to the top flight. This is the first of three we have up ahead of us, and it's the Blues looking to make early inroads through Everpidu. Cooper then lost out. Seb Wickett got in behind, came crashing through, and Hogan has hit Carlton ahead in next to no time. Maliaros made a mess of it, and Lucas Hogan on the following timed his run to perfection to fire Carlton ahead. As they did last time, they have got Moreland early again. Just a wry nod of the head from Rudy Wickett, nothing too over the top. Carlton off to a flyer. The perfect start for them. They're chasing a first win of the season. Moreland, though, at this point in time, staring at back-to-back defeats. We've not been able to say that for a long, long time when it comes to the Blues. Impressive though they have been in Darebin, they now must dig deep once again to go and drag themselves out of the mire. Lovely touch from Dos Santos on for Evrepidu. Shaban Rajab shows him the door. What's been made of this Heart team? Matt Cruz on the bench this evening, as is a return for Alex LaRocca. He spent a lot of time out with injury. He's back amongst the Carlton Hearts substitutes for tonight's edition. That's quite the piece of firepower to have back amongst your ranks. Kawankura as well, who's been in quite fine form lately. Two starts from the bench for Moreland: Atay Ibrahim, Giovanni Stellitano and Dexter Hard, all available for Gabriel Zabayos and Sam Milnes, as well as Ibrahim Habi. To start, Dos Desada, Dos Santos, Maliaros, Cooper, Evrepidu. Quite a tall Moreland five who find themselves one down, and Hearts are surging for a second. Wickett tried to tiptoe his way forward. Dos Desada got a boot in. Cooper couldn't clear. Rajab will see it off for Hogan. And Carlton set again. Shaban Rajab. A flick from Flores couldn't find its way to Wickett, and now Dos Santos, who's got Rajab to go at. And Shaban Rajab stood him up well. Side ball quickly. Cooper sat Rajab down, steered it back for Dos Santos. Brilliant save from Matina. Marvellous Moreland move. Fabulous footwork from Adam Cooper and a good drive from Dos Santos that needed a good save. Corner for Cooper this time, and he crashes his effort over. First real Moreland shots in anger. They know tonight is a must. The result against Aku last time was a Moreland side who were a bit flat, not following the blueprint that has really seen their renaissance in recent weeks. They'd been quietly going about building a title charge, and then Aku came to town. The brothers Angelatos and Mar undid all of that good work, and they have to start from square one again. Hogan with a lovely flick on. Destisada was darting, and Flores ever so nearly made it two. And here is Destisada. On for Adam Cooper. It wasn't Flores, in fact, it's Fahad Hosseini, who steered wide of the post. Now Evripidu on for Cooper. Dos Santos has Hosseini to go at and wins a corner. Very open look to the start of this game. Dos Santos wanted options, was momentarily starved. Got it back from Evripidu, moved it on to Adam Cooper, who got around Hogan, and Martina made another good save. Destisada's ricochet favoured him. Now Rajab, Flores. In fact, Hosseini was slower to get forward. Maliaros sets it back to Cooper, who moved it on to Dos Santos. Hosseini this time having to do the defensive work against the Moreland skipper. Kevin Dos Santos patient. Hogan was drawn. Cooper waited for Destisada. Lovely ball from Cooper, and Destisada denied by Martina. Hogan, Rajab, Hosseini, clipped it brilliantly. Shaban Rajab in behind. Raul Maliaros, who got a poke, and he was out of the area. He'll find himself with a yellow. Rajab went to roll his way round. Maliaros simply pushed it away. Carlton free kick. Glorious ball from Hosseini to find him. Maliaros in the book. Hart on the edge of the area. Hosseini right on the edge, as the froth mops required for the first time this evening. Atay Ibrahim, Dexter Hard getting ready over on the Moreland bench. If the Blues are to lose tonight, it opens the door for Hume, who play later, to really stretch their legs out in second. They can reclaim that place and they can go back above Moreland. Hosseini's free kick, flicked across looking for Cruz. Dos Santos got it away. Quite a good Carlton Hart start, and here is Hogan. Hosseini. Away from Destisada, had to slide as Evripidu was lurking. Martina with no options. Wicket made it work, though his flick only favoured Destisada to go and gather it. Dexter Hard introduced, Adam Cooper carrying. Dos Santos slipped, and the ball finds its way out of play. Cruz given away to Hart, who is bearing down Dos Santos on the overlap. It's a tidy challenge from Wicket and a good poke from Matt Cruz. Now Kawan Kura, who was out of room before being able to steer it forward. Ibrahim, Adam Cooper. Hogan forced him to retreat all the way from Maliaros. Ibrahim, Adam Cooper, glorious link up for Atay Ibrahim, and Kevin Dos Santos 1-1. Magnificent. Moreland back to front in all their beauty, and Kevin Dos Santos was there to steer home. Lovely futsal. The best they have showcased so far. KDS on the end, Moreland back in the mix. Wicket, Kura, lovely turn, big save by Maliaros. Cooper on for Atay Ibrahim, who's charging beyond Cruz. Ibrahim wanted to go alone, and Wicket was there to block. Dos Santos. Cooper clipped it for Hard, who held off Wicket. Set for Adam Cooper, who went to open and couldn't connect clearly. Gabriel Ceballos likes what he's seeing, though. Bit of physicality from Dexter Hard to muscle a way to set it for Cooper. Here is Hogan. Maliaros prevents the corner. Ibrahim. Stellitano instated. Cooper. Atay Ibrahim cut out by Wickets. Hard was lurking. Hard went and won it. Stellitano's up with him. Wickets in retreat. And Dexter Hard unable to go beyond Seb Wicket, who's had quite the start to life back at Carlton Heart. Matt Cruz as well has grown into his role nicely since making the move. Two former Fitzroy boys. They've bolstered Rudy Wickett's ranks so far this season. They've come close on a number of occasions to picking up points, a couple of wins in the League's Cup. Nothing in the league just yet, which will be the concerning factor for them. Cooper clipped it, good read from Hogan. And now Kura was momentarily in behind, but the ball had far too much force. And there were moves made in the off-season that just looked to shore up Carlton Heart. And here is Cooper on the charge. Fizzed it wide of the far post. Hogan, Cruz. Wickets. Set it back for Cruz, that's tidy. Kura lost out to Ibrahim. Stellitano spun into trouble, and now Cruz on the overlap was Hogan. He fancied to go. Stellitano blocked. Hogan's touch was terrific. Ibrahim then muscled him off it. And going on the charge is Ibrahim around the lots, and he just couldn't poke it beyond Martina. Cooper wanted a cutback. Moreland just starting to hit their groove, though. Bright Carlton Heart start. Petering out a little bit. Kura was hit with pace from La Rocca. Hard. Cooper up with him is Stellitano. Cooper didn't fancy it. Hogan shut the door. He clipped it back for Ibrahim. Threaded for Stellitano, who steered his effort over. Hart hanging in there for the time being. Rajab, Kura, loose touch invited Cooper, Ibrahim. Those two sort themselves out of pressure. Then Rajab in on Stellitano, who got a little bit fortunate. Worked it on for Atay Ibrahim, whose touch was loose. Hard will make it work. Cooper, Stellitano. Moreland keep it moving. Some way, somehow. Atay Ibrahim on for Cooper. Away from Kura. Ibrahim, Drew La Rocca. And was happy to recycle it and reset it. Stellitano. Atay Ibrahim. Flick down the line for Hard, who pinned Cruz. Stellitano left it for Adam Cooper to have a go. Rajab was there to block. Ibrahim. Cooper set it back. Rudy Wicket flirts with the timeout. Lucas Hogan talks him out of it on the Carlton Heart touchline, as Cooper and Ibrahim are playing their own private game. Pace slowed almost to a stop. Cooper, gorgeous ball for Atay Ibrahim. Martina's there to deny him. That's how quickly they can flick the switch as well, the Moreland Blues. Here is Kura on the counter, on for Cruz. Couldn't catch out Maliaros. Stellitano. On for Atay Ibrahim. Hart happier to sit off. Stellitano, good challenge by Rajab. It'll come back through Cooper, who went clipping for Stelitano. It's cut out well. Cruz on for La Rocca. Now Cura, tidy roll. Matt Cruz threaded towards La Rocca, who just couldn't get a flick on it as Ibrahim was lurking. Stelitano. Again, wielding off Rajab. That's a suave spin from Stelitano. Rajab read it well. Dos Santos got in ahead of La Rocca. Worked it out for Dexter Hard. Gorgeous ball to find Stelitano and a good save Martina again. Rajab on the counter, speared it towards La Rocca, though it was just a fraction too heavy. Carlton looking to sit in and soak up. Try and catch Moreland on the break. Dos Santos, Ibrahim. Evripidu. Atay Ibrahim once more. Those two working in tandem. Dos Santos was calling for it on the far side. He steady went for Stelitano. It's a very cautious Carlton hard approach. Kevin Dos Santos. Evripidu. Atay Ibrahim. Moreland just moving hearts around, toying with them. It's a good challenge from La Rocca. Dos Santos. On for Evripidu. Stelitano. Dos Santos left it behind, and now La Rocca can break. He went alone and flashed it just wide. Would have been a sweet welcome back for Lexi, and he wasn't far away from picking out the corner. Carlton still look venomous on the counter when they get the opportunity. Moreland, whenever they make an error, are just so vulnerable. That's gorgeous, though, from Dos Santos. Stelitano! What a save that is from Martina. And the clearance from La Rocca, too. Brilliant piece of keeping. Evripidu on for Dos Santos. Harter hanging in there, and Rajab got a foot in. Now Rudy Wickett wants timeout. They've been able to hang in there and hold on. Rudy Wickett's going on a venture to find Michael Ciaris. Evripidu steered for Stelitano, who slashed it wide. And Martina won't be able to get going. Hearts want timeout. They took the lead through Lucas Hogan before Moreland equalised at the end of a magnificent move through Kevin Dos Santos. Carlton Heart 1, Moreland Blues 1 as we go to a break.
It's a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, what, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nando came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nando signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, like how much we've improved as a club.
Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came,
Returning from timeouts, these two locked level. Hart had the lead. They had made Moreland work when they met earlier in the season. At the moment, they are doing so again. The Blues' best produced an equaliser. But Hart hanging in. Dos Santos gave it a go and thrashed it against the upright. Took a flick on the way. Will be a corner. What a hit that was from Dos Santos. Crashed it goalwards. Upright in the way. Atay Ibrahim, blocked by Wicket. Hearts have been happy to sit off so far. Allow Moreland to take it to them. Here is Stelitano. Away from Cruz. Couldn't thread for Dos Santos. Well won by Wicket. Now for Matt Cruz. Wickets. Hosseini. Couldn't steer it down the line. Stelitano quickly. Evripidu was in behind and he just couldn't sort his feet out and then scored a wonderful goal. The angle was almost too tight and he picked the perfect spot to put Moreland ahead. Muscled his way beyond two and then just laced it. Hit it as sweet as you'd like. Martina, merely a spectator. Moreland have got the lead. They flipped it round. Having trailed early and now are on the charge with Dustizada and Dos Santos. Skip beyond the rocker and beyond Cruz. Poked it out for Evripidu. On the switch was Dustizada. Kevin Dos Santos. Couldn't slide it beyond Cruz. Back for Maliaros. Shout from Gabzabayos. Don't force it. Ibrahim's touch a little heavy. Got in ahead of Hosseini. Evripidu. Oh, that's wonderful from Dustizada. Dos Santos went the dink. And Cruz was there on the line to clear. Though he gave it away. Dustizada lurking. Wicket was swarmed. And Cruz just calls for a bit of calm at the end of a chaotic passage of futsal. Wicket. La Rocca. Then for Seb Wicket again. Evripidu with a great challenge. And he's in behind. Martina denied him. And now Hosseini goes the other way. 2-on-1 for Hearts. Atay Ibrahim shut the door. He had Cruz up with him. And just wasn't able to play it into his path. Kawankura getting ready for reintroduction. Adam Cooper as well. Over on the Moreland bench. Ibrahim goes for a breather. Here is Dos Santos. Cooper. Evripidu. Kevin Dos Santos. Cooper. Wicket and Cruz watchful. KDS, there's the space for Cooper. Dustizada lurking. Dos Santos on the overlap. Cruz in retreat. KDS dancing, darting, firing. Martina got down low at his near post and made a good save. Seven and a half to half time in Darabin. Hart went one up early. Moreland have flipped it round in the meantime. They know tonight they must win. That is the bare minimum. Any talk of a title race hinges on their perfection from this point onwards. There's Evripidu. He and Dustizada not quite on the same wavelength. Hosseini. One who's been in and out of the Heart side this season. Sometimes through ill discipline, sometimes through unavailability. Rudy Wicket will be hoping he's more readily available more often. Brings something different to this team. Brings an energy which is hard to tame, but when you can, it can be focused quite frenetically. It's a good read from Cooper. Evripidu, Dustizada. Cooper gets it back from Dos Santos. He's given room to go to. Hosseini was in retreat. Evripidu. Dustizada. Evripidu left it for KDS. Kura holding firm. Evripidu. Return for Dos Santos. Martina will go and get it. Hearts have done enough defensively so far. Took a touch from Hosseini. And couldn't at the second time. Kept beyond Evripidu, though he had put him under pressure. Dustizada lent a helping hand. Dos Santos left it, and Cooper wasn't aware he was going to. Carlton causing an error. Rudy Wicket wants someone to have a hit. Hogan's side ball. Hosseini. Not beyond Dos Santos. And then Hosseini lunged in, and for it will get himself a yellow card. And that is the double-edged sword that he possesses. On the one hand, energy and creativity. The other, chaos and caution. Oh, it's not a good lunge. Dos Santos driving. Goodness gracious me. KDS clattered. Hosseini in the book. Hogan motoring. Lucas Hogan fancy to go. And the ricochet will fall for Dexter Hard. And now Dos Desada. Hosseini engrossed in battle. Adam Cooper on the charge. Tried to spear it. Martina was uncertain. It'll benefit Wicket, who can counter the other way. Hosseini, Evrapidu in retreat. Hosseini via a deflection, which took the sting out of it for Maliaros. Evrapidu. Adam Cooper. Atay Ibrahim brought back on as Moreland looked to go and make daylight, and here is Ibrahim. Dos Desada went down the flank. Cooper returns it for him. The Blues measured and patient. And those two in particular, their link-up's been fantastic this half. Adam Cooper, Atay Ibrahim. Both played a brilliant hand in the construction of Moreland goals. That's tidy from Cooper for Hard. Wicket did his best not to foul him, and then Hard held Ibrahim short. Hosseini poked his pocket in behind, and Maliaros there to deny. Ibrahim on for Dex Hard. Cooper. Dos Desada thought about the shot momentarily. Wicket's challenge, a good one. And then cleared away from Hogan. Maliaros will let it trickle out of play. This for the Moreland Blues. A great opportunity to not only get back on the winning streak, but also to put in a better performance than they did last week against Aku. Already the energy is up as Ibrahim flashed his effort over. Dropped at the feet of Hogan. Rajab. Lucas Hogan, that's a lovely ball. And Rajab took it well and had a go! And Shaban Rajab crashed the crossbar. Nearly a moment of magic from Shaban Rajab. Lovely take on the half turn. As Hogan's now charging. And Lucas Hogan scores brilliantly! Just a luscious little lay into the bottom corner. Hogan's at the double and Hearts are level again. A real fearlessness about Lucas Hogan. Brought into lead, and he is doing just that as Ibrahim gives it a poke. These two first met, it was pure box office. The sequel so far in production could be of similar billing. Rajab was lurking, Maliaros was momentarily impeded. Dos Desada on for Cooper. Atay Ibrahim in behind, Martina denied. Rajab was lucky it fell to him, and then he breezed beyond two. Cooper in retreats, put a stop to his maraud forward. And a Carlton Hart rolling foul for good measure. Hart have ripped themselves back into this game. Although wickets giveaway for Stelitano. Gets it back from Hard. A little bit pedestrian on that occasion was Seb Wicket. Just opened the door for a momentary Moreland counter. They didn't seize that opportunity. Cooper, Rajab was there to clear. Wicket this time gets to go more constructively. Down the line was Kura for him. Wicket was in ahead of Evrapidu, but the touch allowed the challenge to come in. Cooper. Can Moreland cause a little bit of late uproar? Lovely ball for Ibrahim, who's nodded it for Stellitano. And Martina is there to intervene once more. He was looking long for Kura, only found Maliaros. And on for Cooper. Adam Cooper went low. Martina was uncertain again. Kabzabayos giving a shout to Ate Ibrahim just to get there. Needed the back post runner. There's Kura, Ibrahim's challenge, back for Maliaros. Quickly on for Evripidu. Is there one late twist to the first half tail? So he's looking for a lead into the break. Atay Ibrahim, cut out by Rajab, who kept it alive. Now Evripidu wants to go the other way. Gently down the line for Stellitano, who was warded off by Hogan. And now Lucas Hogan is motoring. Options left and right. Hogan went alone and has got himself a first half hat-trick. At his very best. A marauding run forward. Had options. Oh, he didn't need them. He did not need them. Made beyond Maliaros, bottom corner picked, and Harter charging. Kura this time crashes the post. Inches from a bit of breathing room. And like they did the first time against Moreland, Carlton are causing a headache. They are causing a real raucous first half end. Ibrahim tiptoeing, blocked by Kura. Wicket will keep it alive. The counter's on. Hogan off the post again. Could have been 4. Lucas Hogan nearly turned Andre Arshavin. Moreland want timeout. The Blues are on the back foot and Carlton Heart can sense the opportunity as we go to the break. It's Carlton Heart 3, Moreland 2.
Didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something. You're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he goes obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs...
Returning from timeout, 90 seconds to half-time. Moreland down a goal, courtesy of a Lucas Hogan first half hat-trick. And each one gets better than the other. Here is Stellitano on for Adam Cooper. Martina with another good save. He's played his part. Wicket cleared it only as far as Evripidu. Away from Kura, on for Ate Ibrahim. Him and Cruz shot the door. Smashing ball looking for Stellitano. Well read by Hogan. Kura clipped it on for wicket. Had too much on it. Evripidu. Moved it on to Adam Cooper. Kura tried to shut the door. Stellitano made the space, set it back for Ate Ibrahim, who fancied a go. Wicket was there to block. Evripidu, Kura picked it off and was almost off to the races. Hearts closing the half in a hurry. Moreland trying to work their way through. Here is Evripidu once more. Away from Cruz. Angle too tight to find Stellitano at the back post. 24 seconds to the break in Darabin. And it is Carlton Hearts writing the headlines right now. Moreland on the brink of back-to-back defeats if it stays this way. Fantastic first half for Rudy Wickett and co. Cruz gets to boot him. 6 seconds for Moreland to make a final first half issue. Cooper, Ibrahim, Hogan in retreat. Atai Ibrahim went low. Moreland corner with a second to spare. The last look not a fruitful one. Ibrahim, Cooper, crashed it wide, though it is the Lucas Hogan show in Darebin. His first half hat-trick is the difference for Carlton Heart, who led 1-0, trailed 2-1, and then went and flipped it right back round. Half-time in Darebin, Carlton Heart 3, Moreland 2.
Don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that, and the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy who
second half in Darebin. Carlton in the first half were absolutely fantastic. Lucas Hogan with a hat-trick has steered them into a position of promise, but Atai Ibrahim fires Moreland level straight away. 10 seconds is all it took for the Carlton Heart hard work to come undone. Ibrahim all on his own at the back stick and was there to fire in a Moreland equaliser. Perfect way they wanted to start this half. They can ill afford to drop more points in the early season title race. They don't want to fall too far behind Fitzroy. And the opportunity to go and be crowned champions of the series Futsal Premiership would be for the second time in 3 seasons here in Darebin if Moreland were to get it done. Though they must get the job done this evening if they are to keep that dream a very distinct possibility. Ibrahim gave it away, however. Kura, it was behind Cruz. Dos Santos will let it trickle out. Atay Ibrahim. Had hard one waited for Cooper to drop off. Adam Cooper once more. Takes to hard. Cooper. Clipped it for Ibrahim. Well read by Rajab. And he tried to steer it for Hogan. More than 5 behind the reigning champions. The win cuts it to 2 momentarily, though Fitzroy are up next against Thornbury. In the middle kick-off of the evening, the Hounds themselves keeping a keen eye on this. Carlton win puts them level on points with Thornbury at the foot of the table. A lot ahead for both of these teams. As Dos Santos is driving. And drilled his effort wide. Well, that's up until that defeat last week against Aku. Moreland had been on quite a good run. A long time without defeat. They had to go back to the opening night for that defeat against Fitzroy. Up until the Aku game, which when Moreland last lost in the league. Cooper on for Dos Santos. He's got Hogan in retreat. Away from Cruz as well. Tidy from KDS. Lovely return from Hards and good read from Matina. Keeper swap at half time. Ibi Habe in between the sticks. Adam Cooper went from range. Rajab. LaRocca, that's a gorgeous ball from Rajab. And LaRocca worked to yards. The angle was too tight. Dos Santos. Cooper. LaRocca stood firm. On the switch was Ibrahim. Dex Hard made a run momentarily. Here is Adam Cooper. Lovely chip ball to find Ibrahim. Kura in retreat. Hogan came across and just did enough to prevent the corner. Dos Santos, Hogan marshalled him quite firmly, too firmly for Gab Zabias' liking. Dos Santos' take, Cooper set it back for Ibrahim. Hard was rolling, Rajab was relentless. Cooper got around Kura with twinkle toes and Matina got the angles right at the near post. Hogan hacked it away. Ibrahim starts the next wave. Here's Kevin Dos Santos. Rajab taking a tumble, bodies flying left and right. Dos Santos, hard. Sent straight to our cameraman, Abdul Kadir. And Kawan Kura stayed down just at the end of that play. Kura's all right. Clear to continue. As hard. Atay Ibrahim. Cooper. Dos Santos had to lunge. There's just a little bit of uncertainty about Moreland at the moment. Haven't yet been able to find that finishing touch in this second half so far. Outside of Atay Ibrahim in 10 seconds. The rhythm for both has not been there yet. Hard to happier to go at Moreland. That's willing to sit off. Here's Atay Ibrahim. Cooper. Had Hogan in retreat. Dos Santos rolled away. Opened the space for Dexhard. Cooper fancy to look down the line. Hards. Ibrahim. Dos Santos on for Atay Ibrahim. Ramatina, and then couldn't find the finishing touch. Was liquid Moreland futsal though. That's a gorgeous ball for La Rocca from Hogan, and he lashes wide. Cooper encouraged to carry. Well measured for Ibrahim. Hogan got a foot in. Kura clipped it well for La Rocca, who went with similar loft for Rajab. Really good take from Shaban Rajab, who's motoring. Haby there to deny him. Hard on the rebound. Ibrahim, who's one-on-one with Hogan. Hard the late run. Atay Ibrahim momentarily sat Lucas Hogan down. Set it back for Adam Cooper, who wanted to clip to a vacant back post. Rajab clears only as far as Dos Santos. He gets it back from Ibrahim. Cooper. La Rocca got a foot. Cooper away from another. And now Karankura wanted to counter. He was on his own. Given away to Dos Santos. Rajab dived in. And Moreland have a free kick. And Shaban Rajab will find himself in the book for it. Only a yellow, says Gab Zabayos to that particular piece of contact from Shaban Rajab. He makes his way off. May have picked up a little knock in the process. Moreland free kick. This is Adam Cooper territory. The wall ready and waiting. La Rocca and Hogan. In fact, just La Rocca. The sole brave hearts in the Carlton wall. Adam Cooper sets it for Dos Santos, who hits the post. It took a little flick on the way. Moreland reset. Dos Santos once more. Cooper, KDS. Moved it on for Evrapidu. Adam Cooper. And Aidan Power, who's out on court in retreat. Dos Santos, Cooper. Intricate from Moreland. Dos Santos encouraged to drive. Cooper was there as insurance. On the switch was Ibrahim. Evrapidu. Down the line for Dos Santos with too much on it. Hogan, La Rocca, wasn't measured enough to find power. These two locked level, 3 each, just under a quarter of an hour to go. Ibrahim. Evrapidu ran out of room. A real tension just starting to build in Darebin. It ended level when we first met with these two this season. It is locked level at this point in time. Performance of Carlton commitment so far. Countered by Moreland Muster. And here is Dos Santos. Cooper. Back for Kevin Dos Santos, who's got Hogan to go at. He fancies a tango round him. Steered it on for Stellitano. Set back for Evrapidu. Stellitano. Evrapidu. Switch for Cooper. Cooper fancy to go. Hogan was there to intervene. Set for Dos Santos, who went round La Rocca and was bundled into. Moreland free kick. Opportunity for the Blues. to go back ahead. Hart have been hanging in there. Adam Cooper's free kick. Clip for Evrapidu with far too much force, and the touch allowed Cruz to come and clear. Stelitano, Dos Santos, Cooper. Charging at Hogan, unable to get beyond. Evrapidu, Stelitano. Switch for Cooper, set back for Gio Stelitano. Cooper. Evrapidu. Wallen just measured at the moment, and that was for Dos Santos. Away from Cruz, not La Rocca. Hart throwing everything they can at them. Cooper, Stelitano. Gabzabayo saying be patient. Cooper, Dos Santos. Tried to be intricate for Stelitano, read by La Rocca. A lot of discussion on that bench. Sam Milnes indicating to his trio of substitutes just about the Moreland blueprint. Here is Evrapidu on the volley, who steered his effort over. The gap would be 4, though it could grow to 7 come night's end if it stays this way for Moreland. For Carlton, it's a point in the right direction against Thornbury, but they want more than just one. They crave that first series win. Here is Dos Santos. Stelitano. Set back for Adam Cooper, and Martina had to make the save. Moreland corner. Sent with depth for Cooper. Wonderful save, Martina. Corner taken with haste. Evrapidu. Stelitano. Dos Santos took over. Hogan got a boot in. What a save that was from Martina. Cooper caught it sweet on the volley. It was speared low. Martina up to match it. Now Dos Santos. The Moreland hunt for a fourth continues. Through KDS. Aidan Power looking to shut him down. Cruz got across. Every press, every challenge for Carlton Heart cheered as though they were going ahead. And a very interesting little look on the Moreland bench. That fifth man kit's ready. It's out in the open. Adam Cooper, perhaps, maybe the one. About to be tasked with putting it on. Something for Gabzabayos and co to have in their arsenal. When they go it is the real question. How long do they let it stay like this? Evrapidu. Dos Santos. Hogan was there. Dos Santos away from 2. And then Rajab had to slide. He's got to be cautious. He's already on a yellow. Dos Santos. Evrapidu. Atay Ibrahim. Dos Santos, Hosseini just about held him up. Evrapidu on for Stelitano. Switch for KDS, on for Ibrahim. Not away from Hogan, who then got it off Evrapidu as well. And now Hosseini, who's got power motoring. Hogan's making the charge to the back post. Aidan Howell looked there. And only found the arms of Ibi Habe. Dos Santos to carry out. Desdezada receiving instruction. Dos Santos on for Evrapidu, who's away from power and wasn't too far away from picking out the top corner. Just have a little look ahead for both of these two. This second half, Atay Ibrahim's goal, the only one in it. 3 each, Moreland and Hearts. And here is Ibrahim. Dos Santos, Hosseini dived in. He's got to be cautious. He's already on a yellow. Martina getting him out of the chaos. Hosseini's already on a booking. He's got to be cautious. As Evrapidu takes his turn around him and thumps Moreland ahead. Pure pace, raw power. A truly Herculean hit from Alex Evrapidu, and Moreland have got their league back. Drilled. And Martina in all his magnificence tonight, merely a spectator. He would have been blown into the net with it had he got anything on it. Habe, Stellitano's flick. Nearly two in quick succession. We will have a quick look ahead. But this is the start of a interesting set of series fixtures. The Leagues Cup next week, of course. As Stellitano is denied by Martina. And Hogan was held away by Stellitano. Carlton free kick. Aside from the Leagues Cup, next league fixture, Carlton have got Fitzroy, Moreland have got Thornbury. Inverse from tonight for the top two. But for Hearts, a really tricky league fortnight ahead. A test of what this club are made of and of how far they've come from initial meetings this season. And Power. Power essentially dribbled that. It was not exactly subtle from Aidan Power. Moreland free kick. Gabriel Ceballos making the point that, considering the series futsal court is on a basketball court in here in Darebin, we might be playing a different sport. Cooper's free kick is absolutely creamed in. A corker from Adam Cooper. Moreland have got that breathing room they needed. And for Carlton, the wheels are at risk of coming off in the early kickoff. LaRocca wanting to reinstate it. Cooper on for Atay Ibrahim. Stellitano, Cooper. Lovely ball. Justizada just wide of the post. LaRocca. And for Rajab. Tried to draw Stellitano, it was too long for Hogan. We mentioned the Leagues Cup. It is up next week. Moreland the early kickoff against Boleyn. Heart have got Kensington. Both facing championship opposition. Top two in the championship. Two of the top three as RMIT inherited second today. Good steal from LaRocca, who was on the charge, and Stellitano impeded him. And for it, we'll get a yellow card, and Adam Cooper's in the conversation. A booking for Stellitano. Carlton free kick. They've got a bit of work to do in this game, do Heart. Rajab rattled it into Cooper. Fitzroy boys just about to go and get their readyments. Game against Thornbury up next. Hounds themselves in desperate need of a scalp. The Tigers wanting to keep themselves clear at the top and to ensure that Mordaunt and Hume, who are chasing, stay adrift. The Blues are doing their bit at the moment. Shman Rajab. Set back for Cruz, who clipped it crackingly for Kura, and he couldn't do the same to find Rajab. Rajab not letting Cooper through. Haybeat wanted movement, didn't get it from Dustizada. Only found his opposite number. LaRocca. Cruz. On for Kura, who went early, and it's a good save from Haybeat. Sprung across at the near post. And make a good intervention. Carlton Hart corner. They have got to press home this ascendancy while they can. Set for Shman Rajab, who fires over. 8.5 for Hart to save themselves. To go and try and pinch a point to find what they found earlier. Here's Cooper. Got it back from Dustizada. Tried to spear it on for Hart. Well read by LaRocca. Atay Ibrahim went to chip it centrally, cut out by Cruz. Rajab happy to set it back for Matt Cruz. LaRocca cut out by Cooper, who's got two up with him, one and the other, one of whom is Dustizada, who couldn't steer it for Ibrahim, and Martina fancies a go, though his ball had far too much on it for Kawan Kura. Cooper's in a hurry. Atay Ibrahim. LaRocca in retreat. Lovely move from Ibrahim. Well read by Cruz. On for Kura. 3-on-2 for Hart momentarily. Rajab going the other way. Dustizada on the loose touch. Dexter Hart. That's patient and it's precise. On for Cooper. Him and Rajab came together. Ibrahim for Adam Cooper. Morland will walk it in. Rajab wanted a foul. He and Dexter Hart came together. And Adam Cooper sauntered in at the back post, linked up with Atay Ibrahim. Morland walking a sixth. Rudy Wickett wants timeout. Hart are on life support. The pulse is faint. Here is Ibrahim. Morland wants to turn off that life support, and Kevin Dos Santos rattles in two in quick succession. Seventh heaven for the Blues. Coolly taken. Wonderfully weighted cut back. Steered in sumptuously. And Carlton want timeout as we go to the break. Carlton Hart 3, Morland 7.
Been up there and played the nationals. Well, you have teams like Morland who played national tournaments as well. If they can do it, why can't we? Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different
Returning from timeout, Carlton Heart have gone fifth man. Shaban Rajab has got the fly keeper kit on. This getting away from them a little bit too quickly. Heart have got to find 4 in 7 in order to pinch a point. The Blues were in some territory like this. They went fifth and rescued a point. Heart hoping the same will happen. Atay Ibrahim from range, unsuccessful. Get the feeling they will go this to the end. Dustizada. Atay Ibrahim. Kevin Dos Santos. Good save from Rajab, who sprawled down low. Ibrahim. Dos Santos. Got it back from Atay Ibrahim. There's a bit of commotion. Most recent Moreland goal. Here is Dustizada who lost out. Cruz. Hard will see it out of play. Atay Ibrahim went searching. Dustizada went too early. The fly-keeper kit that was out is maybe not needed now. With Gabriel Zeballos and co. Heart have got to find a way. Cruz away. Ibrahim launching. Away from Kura and crashed the bar. Inches from another screamer. Ibrahim still motoring. He's had something about him this evening. Has Atay Ibrahim. There's been a real bite to his performance. Moreland themselves have had a point to prove. Dos Santos sambered his way beyond La Roca, who lunged. Dos Santos was caught. And Alexander La Roca was trying to amalgamate him with the net. And possibly some of the furniture behind. Dos Santos isn't best pleased. Gab Zeballos, if he wasn't Brazilian, it would be a penalty. Always box office. The Moreland manager. Flung on for Kura. Ibrahim got it away. La Roca lurking. Dos Santos got it out of his feet just in time to be met by Hogan and Cruz, and he did well to keep it. Dustizada. Atay Ibrahim. Tried to chip for Dustizada. Rajab took it coolly, moved it on for La Roca, and now hard. La Roca got a good foot in. And then wasn't able to find Dustizada. Dos Santos was not best pleased about that as he makes way. Speed long by Rajab. Kawan Kura. Dustizada was bullish in his approach and rewarded for it. Ibrahim. On for hard once more. The question seeps into the back of your mind. Once again, where do Carlton go from here? For 20 minutes, they went toe-to-toe with Moreland. But the Blues again just had too much for them. Still without a win in the top flight in the new year since their re-promotion. Rudy Wickett's side still wanting to believe that this squad set is good enough. The transfer window's opening soon. Could perhaps see a few mid-season additions. It's only a matter of days away. Possibly the opportunity for some Carlton Heart reinforcements. That's given away by Ibrahim. La Roca's in behind. And was fouled by Dexter Hard. Given away by Atay Ibrahim. Well read by La Roca on the replay. He just leaves one on him, decks hard. Nothing sinister, but a foul's a foul. Carlton free kick. And you get the feeling that they must score.
Boys, get sent off if you need.
Lucas Hogan, good save Habe, who fancied a go and got the roof on the way. Adam Cooper applauds the decision to have a go. Here is Hogan once again. Rajab, Hogan, Kura. Stellitano was there to intervene. Ibrahim was cut down by Shaban Rajab. Gab Zabayas just wanting a booking for how close Hogan was to Ibi Habe. And here is Habe now, who fancies a venture of his own. Habe beyond halfway. Moreland now going their own fifth man. Stellitano, Habe. Returned it for Stellitano. Now on for Ate Ibrahim. Stellitano. Habe returns to his net. Now Evrapidu. Oh, it's a smashing turn. And well done by Matina. Thankfully I wasn't sitting down, otherwise that could have been lights out. Clearly Luca Matina not a fan of the commentary. Ibrahim on to Evrapidu. Ibrahim, Dustizada. Stellitano. Back from Ate Ibrahim. Time ticking away for Hart. Moreland now making this all but a foregone conclusion. It's been really well managed by the Blues in this second half. Matina courageously flew ahead of Stellitano. Good only as far as Evrapidu. Hogan hustling Evrapidu. And did well to win it. Quick for LaRocca. Good save Habe at the near post. And quick to fling it as well for Stellitano. Evrapidu further forward. Dustizada wanting to get up. Space opened for Stellitano. And now Hogan, who is motoring. And now it's 2-on-1 for Moreland. Dustizada, Stellitano. Through the legs of Matina and Cruz off the line. Astonishing. They'll make way for Shaban Rajab. Cruz gave it back to Hogan, who hit low. Habe had a good sight. And then rolled it smartly for Evrapidu. Rajab is in retreat. Evrapidu not beyond him. Hogan went and won it. Stellitano. Ibrahim. Dustizada. Their call is to run the clock down and keep the ball for Moreland. The memory is the time is their friend. Stellitano. Evrapidu. Dustizada. Oh, gorgeous. Wonderful 1-2. Evrapidu in behind. Rajab makes another fine save. Dustizada once more. Fancies to go himself and drives it wide. Kura. Not beyond Ate Ibrahim. So the gap momentarily becomes 2 at the top of the table for Fitzroy, who are up next against Thornbury. For Carlton Hearts, however, this now 8 without a win in the top flight in the new year since their re-promotion. Have to go back to the midway point of season 1 in 2025 for their last top flight win. As Cruz, Hogan, die all but cast in this one. Hart wanting to take as many for the road as they can. Salvage a performance that in the first 20 minutes looked as though it could cause more turbulence in the title race. Though that's given away to Stellitano, who steered it wide. Texter would have scored that, says Gabriel Zabayos. Little nod in agreement from his substitute in waiting as well. Stellitano steered it wide though For Moreland, it's been a performance of professionalism. They had a point to prove, they've proven it. Melbourne Aku merely a blip on the radar. Hart made them work for it. It was close to almost another fright for the Moreland Blues, but they will find a way. They have found a way. Final minute at DCSS in the early kickoff on Sunday evening. It's been one of real Moreland might and a bit of heart what might have. Leading at half-time, Lucas Hogan had a hat-trick. They could have had 5 before the break, hit the post twice. Moreland were everywhere. They didn't take their chances to put them to bed. And now the Blues get the 3 points with a hand of a great save from Ibi Habi. Who does he fancy one? Oh, he's hit the bar! Inches from an Ibi Habi special. It's hit the back of the frame of the goal. Rajab to restart things. Flicked on for Kawan Kura. Rajab couldn't touch it. He has to leave it. Late Moreland corner. Stellitano lurking. Hogan. Oh, and Stellitano nearly ricocheted in. Ever so nearly caught Carlton out. Hart couldn't keep it alive. Is there one more for Carlton to take with him? It'll be 2 from the top once again for the Moreland Blues. And a rebound, a way back. A return to winning ways for Gab Zabios, Sam Milnes and co. Cooper on for Evrapidu. Had Stellitano, but it will matter not. Moreland imperious. Carlton gave it to them for 20 minutes. Though in the second half, the Blues shone through. Full time in Darabin from the early kickoff. Carlton Hart 3, Moreland 7.
Direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction. And
you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top 3, sitting top 3 at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nando came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nando signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, how much we've improved as a club. Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we were going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it. When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but you're winning 80% of your games or something. You're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he goes obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there, and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well. If they can do it, why can't we? Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outside perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nando came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nando signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, how much we've improved as a club. Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it. When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something, you're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he goes obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up, or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we? Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say is jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot. You can see made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nundle came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nundle signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, how much we've improved as a club.
Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something, you're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he goes obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we? Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot. You can see made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nundle came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nundle signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, how much we've improved as a club.
even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them. Like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something. You're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he goes obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of thing. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we? Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nando came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nando signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, like how much we've improved as a club. Even when they're undermanned.
And where we had the challengers first, we now have the leaders who can respond. Fitzroy, at the time being, 2 ahead of Moreland in the title race and nearly ahead within 2 or 3 seconds as Rogan drilled for Peluso at the back post. The league leaders, all but faultless so far this year, only defeated once by Hume, an enemy which they vanquished 7 days ago and got themselves a bit of breathing room at the top of the series futsal table. They tonight can keep that breathing room and can deepen a bit of the mire for Thornbury United. The Hounds cannot drop to the bottom of the table this evening, though. We'll be looking longingly at last week against Pascoe Vale and wondering what if, what could have been. And Fitzroy are going 5th man from the very, very start. Jimmy Soufas and co certainly mean business this evening. They are not wanting to waste any time getting at the Hounds. But for Fitzroy, they need this evening to keep that 5-point gap at the top of the table. It keeps Hume at bay, as well as a Moreland team who righted the wrongs of last week. And that is all that matters for them. Nepomuceno Back for Allen, who's got the fly on. Rogan, Parthamos, Peluso round out the starters. And there is Rogan on for Allen. Rogan, patient for Thornbury. Quite a bit of a mix-around for them this week. Moe Fatea given the start between the sticks. Cordero, Zacharias, Slingsby, and then also Mando playing for Romario Barro's team tonight from the off. A couple on the bench, Wagner Marrero, Mosavi, Bruce, all amongst the substitutes for Fitzroy. Two keepers, Sean Price, Aaron Yu, Pep Filio, Oscar Bryant as well, the ones currently on the bench for Jimmy Soufis and co. There are more warming up right now. So Fitzroy ready to go from the off. Here is Zacharias, who was pressed by Peluso. On the switch for Cordero, who clipped into the channel. Slingsby was never quite going to get there. Parthamos. And again, Allen will go. And again, the fifth will be instated. Rogan. On for Josh Allen. Back with Scott Rogan. Allen, patient from Fitzroy. They're wanting to move Thornbury around. Shuffler side who've been susceptible to many a fifth-man goal this season. Pascoe Vale tried to use that to their benefit, to their detriment initially, and then they finally got it to come good at the second time of asking late on against the Hounds last week. A big win for them. They have the bye tonight. Lovely ball from Rogan. Nepomuceno just didn't get it out of his feet in time. Set it back for Allen. On for Rogan once more. Out the other way was Peluso. Parthamos left it behind and now goes and gets it. Someone who was a star against Hume last week. He has stood up at the big occasion this season as Fitzroy's golden boy, and he gets it once more. Nepomuceno lurking. Instead he went on the switch for Rogan. And Elias Parthamos thought about it. Peluso had the angle. Thornbury holding out, holding firm for the time being. Rogan. Parthamos, Christian Peluso flashed it across. Nepomuceno wasn't able to get a finishing touch on it. Zacharias clipped up the line for Slingsby. Rogan was at his back. Oliver Slingsby held up well, gave it to Nepomuceno, and Fatea came flying out. Fitzroy wanted a penalty. Waved away by the officials. Moe Fatea perhaps a little bit fortunate. Just the other two on the bench for Fitzroy. Caden Colomiere, who has featured in Series Futsal before, got his first Series Futsal goal on his debut as well. And Rylan Bota, both ready to make their introductions as well. Jimmy Soufis blooding the youth. A few players capable in the youth ranks. Fitzroy's stacked arsenal. Now seeing the next generation come through as well. Rogan on for Allen. Cut out when looking to steer it down the line by Igor Schuster. Here is Scott Rogan. Allen, Nepomuceno, happy to return it. Tigers still yet to break through, though. They have been patient. Josh Allen. Rogan. Threaded for Parthamos and poked in. Fitzroy hit the front. Elias Parthamos, the one receiving the plaudits. Though it was Schuster who got the final touch. Thornbury, architects of their own downfall, having provided such defensive resistance, and for the reigning champions, for the league leaders, the perfect start for them this evening. Though here is Zacharias wanting to go the other way. Parthamos across with a hand of Peluso to block. Just on a side note, a very aesthetically pleasing evening for these two teams. Fitzroy in all white, Thornbury, that navy pinstripe with navy blue shorts. It's a bit of a belter. There's Cordero. Slingsby steered it for Schuster, who wasn't able to see off Nepomuceno. Parthamos. Allen is motoring. Nepomuceno was just waiting for him to make his move. Zacharias pressed in vain, and Rogan can now charge. Set back for Elias Parthamos. On foot, Rogan again. Parthamos, Nepomuceno, Peluso couldn't steer it in. Darting back post run. He was found brilliantly. Fitzroy just flipped the switch. Thornbury could not go with them. And though they went ahead through a little bit of fortune, the Tigers were quick to look to make it two. Lovely flick for Cordero, who's fired over. As Rogan again carries out. That first goal may be a bit serendipitous for Jimmy Soufas and co. this evening. As Rogan moved it on for Allen. Those two working in tandem once more. And Thornbury really having to hold in. Schuster had a slip. It's a big test for the Hounds. Rogan again fired for Peluso with far too much pace. Flung long and only long for Sean Price, who perhaps gets his first touch of the evening. A real rarity for him, though he will be making way for Josh Allen soon, you would suspect. Pep Filio instated. Nepomuceno. Rogan. Parthamos. And here is Filio, who tried to drill early. Suster was there, and there is fifth man. Parthamos. Rogan. Got it back from Josh Allen. Those two dictating, as is Elias Parthamos. Had a hand in many a goal this season. Not only scoring them, but setting them up. And he's rolled it on for Nepomuceno. He couldn't get away from Cordero nor Zacharias. Elias Parthamos once more. Tried to flick it and got it back from Filio. Now Allen. Fitzroy just wearing Thornbury down. Parthamos within range. Good save for Teo down low. Every time they've stepped on court this season, though, you just get the feel that there's a real swagger to the reigning champions. There's a real bit of a mood that Fitzroy play with. That's perhaps being expressed in its full tonight. Bold though it may be, to go fifth man from the start. Josh Allen adored in quite a bold pink kit as Pep Filio flies his way in for two. And where the first was fortunate, the second was certain, and the reigning champions double their lead. There's Cordero. Slingsby, Thornbury got a bit to do. Cordero steered it down the line for Schuster. He wasn't able to make a way beyond Pep Filio. Fitzroy preserving it. Parthamos. Lovely shift. Good block by Zacharias. Rogan. The Hounds clinging on for dear life. Schuster found Zacharias, who moved it on for Slingsby. Options left and right. One of them was Schuster, though. He slipped before he could get his strike away. And Rogan was just on hand to clear. Scott Rogan once more. Happy to preserve it. Parthamos, Rogan, Allen. Lovely move to find Parthamos, who tiptoed too terrifically and then just dragged his effort right at the last. Real motion from Elias Parthamos. The long lob for Wagner Marrero was not one which found him. Rogan moved it on for Nepomuceno. Scott Rogan once again. Rogan. Marrero picked his pocket and moved it on to Slingsby. He went for an early strike and just wasn't able to put it on target. Thornbury, though, just starting to be a little bit less fraught than they were in the early stages as Colomiere dropped it back for Rogan. On for Nepomuceno. Oh, brilliant to clip for Colomiere, who's flashed it wide. Marrero. What can Thornbury find? It's been a side who have reconstructed well under the guidance of Adam Nash and Romario Barho. They're missing Pauli, who's out with injury. No Wat Sharin or Saharat to speak of this evening. A bit more of an undermanned Hounds outfit. Jonas Sapina amongst the substitutes. Expect to see him be introduced, certainly at some point quickly. As Filio set it for Rogan. On for Josh Allen. Rogan patient, slowing the game almost to a stop. Allen lost out momentarily to Cordero. Filio mopped it up. Rogan around Marrero and just meandered away from three wonderfully. Colomiere steered it with loft and Allen couldn't apply an odds. Thornbury will get a rolling foul for that little clip on Scott Rogan. Cordero. Slingsby. Lovely return. Cordero. Price momentarily thought about coming to close the angle. Rogan was in retreat. Thornbury will keep it. Marrero. Was waiting on Masavi to make a move, which he didn't. It invited Colomiere and Allen, and Colomiere picked his pocket. Josh Allen nearly benefited. Fitzroy free kick and a yellow card for Wagner Marrero. And you wonder who will saunter over to take this. Elias Parthamos already in the goals this campaign. 2 from double digits. Truly in the golden boot race. Another one of the Fitzroy contingent chasing it. No Cosimo Russo, of course, this evening. He is out via suspension. Accumulation of too many yellows. Parthamos' free kick. Fatea got down. And the ricochet found Sapina. A rather tidy stop from Moe. His first game in goal for Thornbury for quite some time too. Whereas Parthamos continues to press Sapina into a corner. Flick through found Fatea, who couldn't find Marrero. Rogan. First half's halfway stage approaching as Colomiere can't get beyond Masavi. Fitzroy imperious, imposing so far. Parthamos' take. The room open for Rogan onto glorious goal. Fabulous little flick from Josh Allen. Rogan timed his run to perfection. It's a sweeping Fitzroy symphony. And all of the orchestra were fine-tuned. That is a beauty. A really, really high quality goal. The third, very much the best so far. And now Rogan's motoring. Fatea came, didn't get there. Rogan went the chip, cleared off the line by Masavi. Thornbury are penned in. The Hounds have been muzzled so far, as Parthamos gave it a go. Took a deflection, and it will be a corner. That's Parthamos sauntering over. Corner to take. Clipped to the back post for Bota. And just didn't catch it cleanly. That's Parthamos take two. Bota again worked the yard. This time tried to place it for Rogan, or Parthamos couldn't do for either. The two young lads out on court at the same time. What a moment it is for both of them, even for Colomiere, who has made his debut, to be back out and back in the fray. For Jimmy Soufas and co, how good it is to have so many youngsters thriving, so many to come through, so many to add to the mix. Oscar Bryant's on the bench. In the meantime, Masavi flicks it over. But they have that in their ability now. Three incredibly young talents on that team. Bryant going to get ready, and the two out there, one of whom was Colomiere. Couldn't flick for Bota. Invaluable experience for both, who we hope to see feature many a time in the future. Looks bright for the reigning champions. Bruce on for Sapina. Was just waiting on Bruce to make a run. Botar went with him. Now Marrero poked it for Bruce. Lovely 1-2, Marrero. Rogan went to close the door. Price with a firm pair of hands. Colomiere. Encouraged to drive, encouraged to have a go. Set it back for Scott Rogan. Face to face with Sapina. Parthamos. Oh, beautifully done. Around one, Parthamos, and Bota steers it in! A little bit of joy. A fab fourth. Courtesy of one of their own. A special moment, his special moment. First senior goal for Fitzroy. One to savour, and didn't he take it well? Botar took it smartly. Fitzroy have four, and maybe, just maybe, that is the sun shining subplots on what's been a radiant first half for the reigning champions. At their very best, and the youngsters are shining. The new kids on the block making an impact. Allen on for Parthamos. Tried to shift the yard, moved it on to Botha, who fancies another go. He's got one, he wants two. Fitzroy corner, on which he will take. Set back for Allen, who fancies one of his own, and that one was a bit off target. Marrero got it from Bruce. Both are there to leave the press. Bruce on to Charles Lavinia, someone who we've not seen much of as the season transpired. Been in the squad in recent weeks. We didn't see much of him last week. First time we're seeing him out on court tonight as Bruce had a go. And it's taken them all but 12.5 minutes to get Charles Lavinia into the fray at Thornbury. Bit to ponder for Romario Barjo. And flashed across. He is no stranger to a booking. The question we must ask, is there an accumulation of yellow cards for managers like there is for players? Something to check with the commission at half-time, perhaps. Here is Parthamos. Clipped over the top, mopped up by Bruce. Marrero. And both are in retreat. Bruce. Slovenia left it for Marrero and just wasn't able to get there. Peluso placed it for Bota, who took it down well. Parthamos lunged and kept it alive. Now Allen. On for Peluso, who had Marrero in retreat, and Fatea made a good stop. Peluso's take. Parthamos unable to twist his way beyond Brewston. Slovenia, and all on his own now is Sapina, and Price via the post denies him. Thornbury's first real glimmer going forward to try and blemish the clean sheet, to try and get themselves back into this game. Bruce take, good intervention from Price, and now Nepomuceno. Josh Allen. Parthamos. Peluso. Allen. Elias Parthamos once more. A first half of mastery from Fitzroy thus far. The Tigers have been terrific. Thornbury haven't really offered or been able to offer much in resistance. Gorgeous from Parthamos to Peluso, and Nepomuceno steered it wide. He must be wondering how on earth he missed. Javaro Nepomuceno unable to steer it the other side of the post. Here is Sapina. On the overlap was Bruce. Good paw from Price. Just as Slovenia was lurking. Set back for Sapina. In retreat is Allen. Moved it on for Bruce. Behind Slovenia, and now Nepomuceno. Options left and right. One of whom is Peluso, who placed it over. Parthamos makes way. Pepfilio reinstated. Sapina. Slovenia. Returned it to the Spaniard, who flicked with finesse only to Peluso. Filio on for Peluso, who was motoring and went and kept it to very good effect. First half's final five coming up in Darebin. Fitzroy 4 up, searching for a fifth. Peluso, Nepomuceno, doesn't catch it sweetly. Now Sapina. Pepfilio, oh, that's silky. A real bit of flair from Filio, and he gets it back from Allen. He's just sizing up Schuster to see what kind of angle he needs to work to get beyond. And he clipped it beautifully for Peluso, whose diving header wasn't one which he was able to connect with. Schuster, Sapina. On for Cordero. Schuster, Cordero. Threaded for Sapina, who swiveled beautifully, and Price poured it on once but twice. The rebound for Schuster via a deflection. Price does well. Really high level double save. Made up for his own error the first time. And the second was a good sight and a good claim. That's a good bit of judgment from Fatea. And Christian Peluso is going to make way. He's got a bit of a problem here as Fitzroy's number 9. Developing subplots in Darebin. Peluso's in a bit of pain. Pointed to his ankle, which suggests there's a bit of a flare-up and there's quite a bit of strapping underneath Christian Peluso's kit on his ankle. Certainly hope it's nothing more than a flare-up. There's Filio. Too much on it for Rogan. Slovenia. Sapina. Cordero. Couldn't clip it beyond Filio. Ready rotation for Jimmy Soufis and co. Romario Barjo talking to Liam Zacharias down on the touchline. They are to be as deeply engrossed in conversation just about how the Hounds can stem the bleeding a bit. Doing so in okay fashion at the moment. Here is Sapina, who was able to spin Colomiere. Waited on Cordero. Warded off Filio. Sapina didn't really see anything he liked. Went back for Schuster. Slovenia. Fatea. That's a lovely ball to find Schuster, who dropped off well. You've got Schuster fancy to go. And wasn't able to pick the corner to any real effect. It's for the Tigers. Almost halfway to adding another to the unbeaten run in both league and all competition. Fitzroy wanting to take the free kick with haste, and too much haste for Michael Ciaris. Rogan now does take it for Colomiere, and Cordero gets a good boot in. Rogan set it on for Nepomuceno. Gorgeous flick for Filio, and a good save from Fatea, which he knew not much about. Another Fitzroy corner. Rogan had a look at Schuster, set it on for Nepomuceno. He stared down Cordero. Colomiere, lovely turn, and a good clearance from Zacharias after Fatea's first intervention. This almost the halfway point, the second of two. 2 out of 3. Nearly completed on the build. Halfway point of the evening as far as the top flight is concerned. Rogan rolling, Sapina unmoved, and now Zacharias on the charge. Cut out by Filio, clipped on for Rogan, who with height wanted Nepomuceno. Schuster saw it out of play and then sent it. Filio. Rogan. Nepomuceno. Gorgeous little flick again for Colomiere, who just couldn't quite keep it in. Jason Ishak, Jimmy Soufis, flirting with the idea of a timeout. Fatea was out of his net momentarily. Colomiere found well by Filio. Nepomuceno, Rogan. Filio. Colomiere, who was crowded out by Navy Blue. Set it back for Rogan, who rolled away from Cordero. Nepomuceno drilled it across. Fatea got palms. Colomiere, that's a clever little flick. And another good save from Fatea. Out for Rogan again. Fitzroy rolling, Cordero blocking. And they will have that timeout. Jason Ishak over to hand it. Under 2 to the break here in Darebin. As we get a timeout, it's Fitzroy 4, Thornbury 0.
When the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something. You're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he's got obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of. It feels like you have a piece. you want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we?
Returning from timeout, Fitzroy issued it. Parthamos wins a corner. A ferocious first half. A real ruthlessness about the reigning champions at the moment. When they have a team where they want them, they just know how to pick them apart piece by piece. Thornbury at the moment are being deconstructed as though they were a puzzle. And Zacharias on lunge, couldn't keep that in. It's like Jenga for Jimmy Soufas and co. Each piece finally constructed, finally placed, finally poised. And Rogan wins a free kick. Rogan quickly takes it, sets it Nepomuceno. Set back for Colomiere by Filio. Pep's second effort got under it. Zacharias for Cordero. Clipped down the line. Tests the handling of Jason Ishak. Safe pair of hands. Here is Rogan. Charging away from Sapina. Cut out by Zacharias. Sapina going the other way. Can Thornbury grab one before the break maybe? Rogan just rumbled him really well. Final minute of the first half. Fitzroy been at their best. Filio bundled into. Rogan found Nepomuceno. Colomiere. Not able to go beyond Zacharias. Here is Cordero. For Taya. Speared that on beautifully for Zacharias, who just couldn't keep it in. Rogan clipped in the channel. Nepomuceno. Schuster muscled Filio off of it. Thornbury wanting a late charge. Colomiere did well. Now Rogan. Zacharias pressing with hustle, and Rogan finally was fouled. And that's 5 fouls for Thornbury. And Romario Barjo is just proving the case that there was a bit of to and froing going on. Fitzroy maybe wanting one more before the break. Rogan away from Zacharias, Colomiere, Nepomuceno, there's 5. 5-star move, 5-star first half. And 5 reasons why they're on their way to a 5-point lead at the top of the table once again. Zacharias. Thornbury have a lot to do in damage limitation at the half here in Darebin. Romario Barjo will have a word, but for Jimmy Soufas, Fitzroy and co, it's been a simply imperious opening 20. Half-time in Darebin, it's Fitzroy 5, Thornbury 0.
Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot. You can see made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nandor came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nandor signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, how much we've improved as a club. Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it. When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something, you're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he spoke obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of thing. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we? Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot. You can see made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players.
Returning from half-time, and the first half, which was really won, Fitzroy Fury. 5 unanswered for Thornbury. This has the opportunity to get out of hand even more so quite quickly in this second half. Fitzroy went 5th man from the off, They scored a couple early. There was no letting up from the reigning champions on to the Hounds. There was no mercy. A brilliant half from Jimmy Soufas and co-Romario Barjo. Must be wondering what they can take from this game and how they must look to try and get back into it. Thornbury were not at their best throughout a lot of this second half and through the first half. The Hounds really looking to start over. Only 20 to go for them to see out what has been a rather tricky assignment. Good save from Fatea to start things. And now Bruce is motoring. He fancied a go himself and drilled it wide of the post stick. And Slovenia and Peluso are just getting a talking to from Michael Ciaris. Jonathan Sapina, most animated on the bench about that particular talking to. Here is Josh Allen. Parthamos. Peluso. Fitzroy wanting to fire true to start the second half. Elias Parthamos, Christian Peluso. Allen intervened. Went and won it back. Now Botha, who got his first senior Fitzroy goal in the first half. Quite a special moment for him. Colomieri starts the second half from the bench. He was also very, very instrumental throughout the opening set, as the Tigers look to steer themselves 5 points clear at the top of the series futsal table. Here is Botha with 2 Hounds around him. He couldn't evade on this occasion. Bruce side ball, a setback for Fatea. Now Marrero, who fancied a go himself. Price a little uncertain, it was a little awkward. And he just survived. Marrero trying to make something magic happen. Here is Botha. Challenging from Bruce on this occasion. Quite a bit could be made about Thornbury's approach in the first half. They were unable to not make any inroads, but really cause Fitzroy strife and give them much to think about. Here's Parthamos, Allen. Well, nice Parthamos. Tangoing with Slingsby, and Slingsby's challenge was good. And there's a little bit of Thornbury disbelief as to how Parthamos and Fitzroy have got that side ball. Steered down the line for Botha. Tidy flick in search of Allen. Fatea judged it well. Cleared only as far as Parthamos. Josh Allen. Peluso. Allen. Slovenia slid in rather recklessly. And for it finds a yellow card. And Slovenia not too happy. Luke Powley acting as diplomat down on the touchline with a rather incensed Jason Ishak. Fitzroy free kick. Parthamos. Set it on for Allen. Marrero had to stay with him. Parthamos within range. Fired his effort just wide. Here is Marrero. It's a strong start to the season from Fitzroy. Thornbury really have had the opposite to kickstart their Premiership campaign. Only the solitary win over Carlton Hearts in the league. Picked up a point against Aku. Only the one victory. They picked up a couple of draws, which have proved quite profound, as Parthamos and cleared by Marrero. Had tonight gone differently, they could have gone level on points with Pasco Vale. As it stands, though, they are above Hearts, but that bridge is still there between themselves and the Lions. As Parthamos drilled it. Slingsby left it out. Peluso was lurking and flashed it across the face. And no one scored less. Only Aku have scored less, in fact. And they're 23. They've got 21 QEMU side. Defensively, only Hearts have conceded more than the Hounds this season. It's been one that started brighter, but then followed a similar story. So the season's gone by. Nice turn from Parthamos. Setback for Allen. Peluso. Gave it a drive for Taya. Parried. Botar had it fall his way. Good win from Marrero. And now Slingsby. Price has come. Slingsby went through the legs. Thornbury blemish the clean sheet thanks to a very tidy finish from Ollie Slingsby. Sean Price didn't get there. Slingsby got inventive. And they have at least chalked one up for the evening. Allen couldn't find Bothar. Batea set it back for Bruce. And now Marrero. Slingsby. Masavi. Sharp turn. Slingsby's in again. And Price this time was there to pounce on it. Slingsby nearly at the double. Peluso, Parthamos. Now Allen. Left it for Bothar, who had a go himself and drilled it wide of the post. Marrero tried to thread it. Parthamos cut it out. Allen. It was just a bit of an inquest for the Hounds as well on that particular attack as to where the positioning of everybody was. Allen left completely unmarked, which for Mario Barho for Thornbury setup was unacceptable. And Slingsby on for Bruce, and again Price is there to save. And quick to fling for Peluso. Bothar is further forward, and he's got two. Double to his account for the evening. Fitzroy responding kind. And one of their bright young things who has one now has two. The evening unravelling for Thornbury. Fatea hung out to dry, really. And the Hounds being mauled by the Tigers. There's Cordero. Can Thornbury go from here? And we saw the improvements they had made in recent weeks when they had Wacharin, Saharat available, Faraci come down as well. And all just looked like a different side, a different club. They were unlucky against Pasco Vale last week. But in and of this, it's just not been the kind of performance befitting of what Romario Barjo's gone about this season with Thornbury. They have turned a corner. Tonight doesn't show it. Allen steered it on. Masavi intervenes, and now Cordero. Masavi speared it across into the arms of Price, who was quick to go for Josh Allen. He's happy to reset through Rogan, and now Peluso. Rogan. Fitzroy's turn to be a bit more patient. Marrero intervened. Peluso gave a fire on the volley. As Masavi have to regroup quickly to Thornbury United. You look ahead to fixtures coming in the league. Some very important ones up for them. Side of Moreland, they've then got Aku, Hume. So they face all the top four in succession. for Carlton Hearts, the bye, and a return against Moreland once more. That takes us to August at that point. Quite a big break for the Cup in between as well, as there will be. And they'll be in Cup action next week. Well, both of these two teams. Hounds have got Pascoe Vale, an all-series encounter. That one would be rather tasty. There's Parthamos, Nepomuceno, Filio. Nepomuceno at the back post. Unable to steer it in. And for Fitzroy, you talk about tantalising cup ties for both of these two. For the Hounds, it's Pascoe Vale. For Fitzroy, they've got Hume in the cup. Some might dub it the Battle of the Brothers. Take 3 between two of our top 3 already this season. First one an epic, the second the Tigers prevailed in a blockbuster. The third promises to follow in kind. Here is Nepomuceno on for Rogan, vacant nets. As they please. Pouring forward at will, and there is nothing to stop the goals from raining in for Fitzroy. Thornbury truly, truly washed away. The Hounds suffering some ablution this evening, courtesy of a rain of Fitzroy goals. Floodgates opened and they have not shut since. Masavi drilled it, Cordero the only one there. Here is Filio. Cordero is in retreat, set it back for Rogan. Nepomuceno. Suster was there. Rogan's moving a bit gingerly. He's just in a bit of discomfort here, is Scott Rogan. Fitzroy skipper not feeling too good. It will be okay to continue. Oh, he's moving with a bit of fire. Nepomuceno's free kick, set for Rogan, who went the flick. And Fatea just was able to watch it all the way. It was a good movement again from Scott Rogan. He has been absolutely imperious tonight when it's come to his off-ball movement. Goal, he got a great example, just went round the back. The run was curved to perfection, timed to perfection. And here is Colomiere, who's hit the post. And in fact, Colomiere has hit the other side of the post. Goal given. No, it wasn't. Was given as a foul. Front post was hit. Complete confusion. I've had many that have hit the back post in recent weeks. Some thought it was given as a goal. One of those was yours truly. Was whistled in that way as well. Thornbury free kick. Here is Colomiere. Rogan gave it back to him. Colomiere cut out by Fatea. Really not the night for Thornbury. You have to wonder where they go from here. Fitzroy will call timeout before we can get to that topic. Second half, they've run away with it. Timeout issued. Fitzroy 7, Thornbury 1.
That are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nundle came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nundle signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, how much we've improved as a club.
Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something. You're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as his scope obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of thing. It feels like you have a piece.
Returning from timeouts. The Hounds haven't had it go their way this evening. There's going to be some dignity, some pride on the line. You don't want to say it, but this is reminiscent to the 11-0 Fitzroy had against Aku earlier on in the campaign, and Filio had 2 looks and couldn't convert either. Tigers wanted a corner, they won't get one. Sapina. Rolled away from danger. Moved it on to Susta. Cordero. Worked a yard for himself. Just dragged the effort, though it does get some applause from the Thornbury bench. It's all about what they can drag back from this. How they can go about limiting the damage. Showing the confidence doesn't take too much of a hit. Zacharias lost out to Filio. Thornbury wanted a free kick. They won't get one. Nepomuceno. Beyond Zacharias beautifully. And then on for Colomiere, who got the final touch. Final piece of the evening to come. Aku and Hume. Hume looking to rebound from a bit of a disappointment against Fitzroy that's just seen them lose a bit of ground in the title race. However, when it comes to Melbourne Aku, they will be buoyant of their win over Moreland, which has seen them really restore themselves to quite a well-kept position in the table this season, even if it is in its early to middle stages. Corner taken for Susta. Sapina. Was looking to clip it on. Bruce. Just out to Allen. Sapina battling Schuster 2. Thornbury will have an opportunity. Sapina got it from the corner short. Surrounded by 3 Tigers waiting to pounce, one of whom was Allen. Clipped up to Schuster. Bruce couldn't steer it further. Let's look at either of these two. In the game coming up, a win for Hume takes them to within a point of Moreland, to within 3 of Fitzroy once more. That for the time being. You suspect that gap will grow to 5 and to 6 for Hume to go and chase the Tigers. For Melbourne Aku, if they were to win, they closed the door on the top 3 to 2 points. Quite a lot at stake for Kuimu's side. As Sapina lost out on that occasion to Nepomuceno. So a lot coming up in the final game. Third game in recent weeks has been a good one, as that is a brilliant finish from Javaro Nepomuceno. The man from Curacao weighs in, and Fitzroy fire in another. Drilled beyond Fatea. Caressed into the bottom corner. Their night. In many, many a way their night, and they still have plenty of time to see how much more they could add. Slingsby, Sapina, Zacharias though, Made the save, did Aaron Yu, and they've had a change in keeper, Fitzroy. Sean Price may well be done for the night. Aaron Yu reinstated. Mentioned in recent times, had a lot of health battles, how good it is to see Aaron Yu on a futsal court. Australian international. Comes with immense pedigree. He's getting back to some of his best as Schuster kept it alive just. Botas stood him up. Can Thornbury salvage some pride from a pretty dreary evening for them? Here is Sapina. Bruce gave it a flash, hit the post. And here is Colomiere. Botar gave it back to Colomiere. Now Parthamos. Allen. Parthamos once more. Give it away to Schuster. He can keep it in. Had to go this time and hit the post again. Thornbury's shouts are that it's hit the second post twice. And more in joke than in anything. Oliver Slingsby having a bit of a laugh. Romario Bajo seeing the funny side of it. A wry smile from Jason Ishak. Side netting on that occasion from Schuster. Flung on for Allen and on for Botar. Can't get away from Zacharias. That's a good challenge. Zacharias, Sapina. Spaniard wanting to open up an angle. Schuster gave him the overlap and then struck his effort well wide. Parthamos having to ward off Sapina. Allen, Parthamos. Oh, gorgeous ball. Just too much on it for Allen. Appreciation for the idea and for the creativity from the cannon. As Bruce gave it on to Zacharias. Sapina. Warding off Parthamos, waited for Zacharias. Now Bruce. A bit more movement about Thornbury at the moment. Sapina with a good take, the Spaniard. And now Parthamos can motor. Him and Peluso entangled. Options left and right. One of whom is Allen. The other is Botar. He's got a hat-trick. The stuff dreams are made of. Lovely move. Held his time, his place at the back post. A yellow card issued as well. Botar's got a hat-trick. What a way to make your Fitzroy Senior announcement in league play. The future for him is now. Fitzroy have unearthed yet another gem. Allen muscled Schuster. Fatea came to clear. Here is Zacharias. Unable to steer it beyond Peluso. Flung long by you. Nodded away by Bruce. Over towards us. Set back for you by Parthamos. Black Army contingent rolling out of the rooms. Peluso gave it away. Here is Zacharias. Steered on for Sapina and the back ball for Bruce at the back post. Had too much on it. And Jonathan Sapina signaling to the bench. All you tell him to do is pass, pass, pass. He should have had a shot on that occasion. Sapina was in one-on-one. Botar muscled off Schuster, whose returning challenge was firm. Sapina flicked it on this time for Bruce. Aaron Yu wouldn't be chipped. Botar in retreat, got a flick on it. Good read from Filio. Both did well. Filio then took over. Set back for Parthamos. Fitzroy free kick. Parthamos in a hurry. Peluso. Parthamos. Worked to yards. Blocked by Schuster. Fell back at the feet of Elias Parthamos. He steered it on for Filio. Both up. Filio. Unable to find Parthamos. And now an opportunity for Bruce to break. Cut out by Peluso. Parthamos. 2 with him. Peluso. Both are. He wanted 4. Peluso placed it into his path. The finishing touch was all that was missing. Here is Zacharias. Taking his time. Schuster. Sopinho. Gave it away to Filio. And Sopinho has just strolled off as Filio went the chip. And Schuster's there to clear. Both up and Zacharias in the way. And Jonathan Sopinho is going to have his evening end. Igor Schuster not happy about it. A little bit of an implosion for Thornbury. It's been a day of implosions. Jonathan Sopinho is decided wholeheartedly that he's going to take his leave. Igor Schuster was far from happy about it. Zacharias said it for Slingsby. He's now in conversation with Luke Powley. That's maybe the most expressive of a man of many expressions. Sopinho never fraught of feelings. That one there literally just strolled off the court. Decided he didn't fancy it as Fatea and Peluso have a rather heavy collision. 5 to the close. 2 out of 3 almost ticked over tonight. The closer has Hume warming up, Aku readying themselves as well. 3 big points available for both. To close the show, it could leave a very wide open door to what the top 4 could look like, or it could have this league not break away to a 3 in the rest, but it would give the top 3 some breathing ground. Romario Barjo has the expression of someone who wants this game to end. Slingsby. Zacharias given away to Allen, who thumped it in. Double digits for Fitzroy. Thornbury trounced. Ten hit. And it's still an inquest with Powley and Sopinho on the touchline. Spaniard venting his frustrations. Powley acting as a keen listening ear. There's Rogan. And for Aranu. He fancies a venture forward. Allen. Colomiere. Does he want a goal? He drags his effort wide. Slingsby. Nepomuceno staring him down. Slingsby not further forward. Rogan read it and cut it out. Nepomuceno, Colomiere. They all want to get in on the act. Fatea denied. And it took the final touch off Colomiere. Speared for Slovenia. His touch a little loose. He's already on a booking. He's got to be careful. Nepomuceno, Colomiere. He will get in on the act. It's a Fitzroy party in Darabin. All of them want to go and get their goal amidst the lily-white civil war. Fitzroy in fire and fury. Thornbury in tumult and turbulence. Jason Ishak does Romario Barho a favour and issues the timeout. Cordero tries Lavinia. That's a good save from Aaron Yu. Cordero couldn't crash it. Colomiere will clear. So Thornbury will get the timeout. Cordero is down. I get the feeling that this could be a diplomatic mission from Romario Barho, more as opposed to a tactical touch-up. Cordero will come back to feet. So the timeout has not been issued yet. As Marrero lashes wide. And Fitzroy now will get that timeout issued by Jason Ishak. More in retreat for Romario Barho. Fitzroy 11, Thornbury 1.
You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we?
Fitzroy doing Thornbury a favour then. They issue timeout. It was a bit more of a diplomatic mission for Romario Barho. As Marrero takes a tumble. Allen got around for Taylor. He couldn't from there, could he? He was out of room before he tried. Colomiere. Marrero just had a coming together. Completely inadvertent. Just crossed paths at the wrong time. Cordero back for Marrero. Allen went to press him this time. Colomiere stayed high. Marrero is hugging the touchline tightly. Taking a look at the two behind us, the two to come next. Quite an interesting collection of players in and around this evening. It's going to make for quite a game, quite a closer. Showstopper between Aku and Hume to finalise match day as Slingsby gave it a go. Aaron Yu gave it a gather, speared it on for Allen. Now Colomiere in ahead of Charles Lavinia. Colomiere lost out to Slingsby, gave away a free kick. Cordero, Slingsby. Couldn't steer it through for Charles Lavinia. Now Scott Rogan. Nepomuceno went early, and Nepomuceno picks out another. Fatayanu straight away, beaten at his near post by a gorgeous Nepomuceno hit. An exclamation point on what has been a hard-hitting Fitzroy night as it is. Thornbury haven't conceded 10 in some time. This tonight, though, a real one to forget. Not necessarily a wake-up call. They had turned a corner in recent weeks, but you look back to how Aku rebounded after their defeat at the hands of Fitzroy in similar fashion as Nepomuceno tried to steer it back for Bota. You look at the way that Aku responded when they were beaten by Fitzroy in similar circumstances. They've kicked on Thornbury now must do the same. Their survival might depend on it. This next month of games, critical. You don't want to get cut too far adrift. You want to stay in the chasing pack as long as you can. There's Cordero. Gave it a go from range. His suspicion was that Aranu got a touch. He didn't. Placed on Papathamos. So the Hound's in need of some soul searching. In need of a way to balance out all of the turmoil of the evening. Whereas for Fitzroy, it could not have gone better. Perfect night for the Tigers. You palmed away, and the two young lads are up. He wanted to place it for Colomiere, and just couldn't on that occasion. Matea. Slingsby, sharp turn around Aranu. Ollie Slingsby gave it for Cordero, who did not catch it cleanly. Into the final minute then of a good old-fashioned Fitzroy demolition job. Fatea fouled Bota. And for it, Moe Fatea, the man in the yellow kit, gets a yellow card. Nepomuceno within range, where 13 is unlucky for some. It will prove different for Fitzroy had he scored, which he didn't. What a way to round it out. We have to turn our attention to what goes on. Cracking closer to finish the show. It's a good save from Aranu. This really a look for Aku to get back in the hunting picture of the top three. Out on their own in fourth, they will not be satisfied with that. And even Aranu fancies a go forward. Parthamos will go on his own though. Unable to place it. Kiwimuenko not satiated with just the top four. They will want a top three finish. They'll want to threaten the top three. As 2026 tracks on, they're up against the Hume side, who are wanting to avoid back-to-back league defeats. They will be missing Nicholas Parthamos this evening through injury. At one of the confirmed bits before entering into Darabin tonight. But some strong names, some strong faces already visible amongst those in Hume White this evening. Vasaskar Tambis in the building. Aku have got their collection of evergreen. Cordero's free kick late. Marrero, that's a brilliant save from you, who flung it on for Parthamos. Not quite route one. Spit away by Nepomuceno. Thornbury will have it. Maybe one for the road then. Marrero. Mosavi, no. 10 seconds. If Fitzroy fancy a 13th, Fatea and Botar came together again. Moe's got to be careful here. That he does in fact not receive a second yellow meaninglessly. Marrero, Slingsby, top draw from Fitzroy for Thornbury. A case of soul searching. Full time in Darabin. Fitzroy 12, Thornbury 1.
Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nandor came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nandor signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, how much we've improved as a club.
Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something, you're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as his growth obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we? Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nandor came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nandor signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, like how much we've improved as a club.
Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something. You're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he's go obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we? Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nundle came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nundle signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, like how much we've improved as a club. Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it. When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something. You're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he's go obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. when you have teams like Fitzroy who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we? Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say.
And so it is time for the evening's final edition, an all-important one. Third and fourth in the table. It's a Hume team who need to rebound after a narrow defeat at the hands of Fitzroy in the week just gone. They face a Melbourne Aku side who were buoyant and magnificent to beat the Moreland Blues 5-2 in the early kickoff of that same week. And Ramadan is rolling. Early opportunity, and it's flashed wide. It's been a night for early goals, and Ramadan nearly added another. Immediate applause for Fernando Di Moraes on the touchline. Here is Angelatos. Just nearly, Hume had got off to such a quick start. Aku switched off, carved open on the counter. Fernandez flicked it up, Temel intervened. Angus Angelatos went to go and press. Klanaris, Vascar Tambis the keeper. Temel, Klanaris, DeWood, Ramadan on court for the Black Army. For Aku, Lucas Grigg between the sticks. Marcus Fernandez, a pair of Angelatoses, and Noah Marr, who is in retreat of Klanaris charging forward. Marcus Fernandez came crashing through. Tal Galper on the bench for QEMU's side, as is Connor Irwin. Dan Baker and Oscar Yee returning to the fold for Melbourne Aku as well. Been a minute since we've seen him. For Fernando Di Moraes, Suleiman Mohamed, Hume and co. Ninos Bertrus on the bench, as is Gira Biliansky. Been a minute since we've seen him too. Joel Kelshaw, who was missing last week. Hume have got some good re-additions in a side looking to stake their claim on the top three, looking to cement their place in it, just as the season gets to a bit more of a tasty run of fixtures. And we have a stoppage. I really hope that isn't what I think it is. It's been a very wet day in Melbourne. The rain is well and truly coming down. For some of us, it feels like home. But DCSS has maybe sprung a bit of a leak in the roof. Hopefully it doesn't come back. It's not something that will be substantial. Good ball from Temel. Ramadan couldn't roll further forward. Whenever these two meet, it's never dull either. Di Moraes charging for Armand DeWood to get higher. Jerry Angelatos deeper. Speared long. Kartambis called early and quickly. It was a 4-3 win for Hume the last time they faced Aku in league action, and that was some game for the Black Army on that night. It was the night where the belief that they could go and win the title this season was well and truly restored into those big games. That's a tidy ball from Temel and Ramadan. Klanaris denied by Grigg, but that's good futsal from Hume, who just carved open Melbourne Aku. Created the first few opportunities.
Conflict of interest.
They are, of course, without Nicholas Parthamos this evening. He's out through injury. Couple more unavailable for the Black Army. Cicek still going through recovery as well. He's close, though. Is UC7 to return. They do have Imran Turkmen on the bench tonight, and a return for Hamza Chandab. It's been some time since we've seen him too. When it comes to some familiar faces, some very tidy players, the Black Army are running it back to close the show. Temel on for Klenaris. And back with Mohamed Temel, tried to draw Angelatos. Ramadan, Fernandez was at his back. Armand Dawood. On for Mohamed Temel. Away from Angelatos, on for Klenaris. Grigg and then Ramadan, how did he miss? Ramadan steered one over when maybe he should have rippled the net. Hume close to the opener. Dawood got in, Klenaris with pace, Temel's touch heavy. The ricochet for Ramadan, not able to roll beyond Noamar, and Galatos there in as well. Goodness gracious me. Great opportunity for Lokman Ramadan to go and put Hume in front on a night where they would need to rebound. Noamar. Fernandez. Unable to return it. Was Noamar to his skipper. If you've just joined us, first of all, welcome. It's late on a Sunday night here in Darebin, just ticked over 8 in Melbourne. Opening early kick-off. The Moreland Blues got back to winning ways in some style. They were made to work by Carlton Hart, and in particular, a rather fantastic Lucas Hogan in the first half, though they prevailed over Melbourne Aku. And in the game just gone, it was a Fitzroy bloodbath against Thornbury. Double digits hit by the reigning champions and league leaders to ensure their lead at the top of the table stays extended. And right here, right now, one of the challengers is facing a side who are just starting to feel a bit good about themselves again. Hume and Aku. Since that 11-0 defeat at the hands of Fitzroy, QEMU's side have been a different outfit. Played with more organisation, more confidence, more control. The form has taken an upturn. Took it up to the Tigers, took it up to the Blues in the Cup, and then bested Moreland last week in the league. Wanting to do the same for Hume, and Fernandez for more, and Aku lead on the break. Such a smooth move. Noamar couldn't miss, he would walk it in. Brilliant run from Marcus Fernandez, and Aku, who conceded a couple of early chances, make good on theirs. Hume had a look to go one up. They couldn't convert on that occasion. Melbourne Aku make the most of it. Ramadan set it back for Temel, who fizzed it for Turkmen, who wasn't able to keep it alive. A really bright start for QEMU and co. They are chasing 2 emphatic back-to-back wins. At this point in time, it would send a little bit of a ripple that Aku have certainly turned a corner. This isn't really just anything to smirk at. This is the real deal. It's good from Temel. Noamar had to hold up. Now Tal Galpa. Available for the second week in succession. Moved it on to Noamar. He went early and dragged his effort a little bit. It's crazy to think that 2 seasons ago, right at the start of last year, this was a relegation battle. Noamar has slipped over here. And now might be going at the other end to make it 2. That's problematic. So, conditions in Darebin have worsened here. That's not the first time Noamar slipped over on that spot. The package is all right. Was nearly on the end of same-day delivery times too. Froth mop is needed. You get the feeling if it happens once more, there will be some serious intervention taken here. You don't want to risk a serious injury. Not on a night like this. Especially for Hume, who've had a fair share of them. Aku have had Marcus Fernandez out for a long time. Neither team want to risk any of their starlets having their evenings reach an abrupt end. There is Kelsol, hustled by Angelatos. Angus Angelatos, on for Galpa. Angelatos. Angus finds Jerry. On for Nakano now. Angelatos. Set back for Nakano. Angelatos. Those two linking in tandem. Turkman trying to shut the door. Kelsall coming across. Jerry Angelatos. Nakano. Hustled by Biliansky and concedes a corner. Set for Temel to drill it. Angelatos got in the way and had to. So a little chance for Hume to fire back. One down early. No Omar on the break. They had a chance through Ramadan to even it up. Biliansky gave it a good go. And Lucas Grigg was there to go and gather it. Now Angelatos. Galpa clipped longingly into a vacant channel. Turkman. Now Temel got it from Biliansky. Temel did well to ward off Nakano. Kelsall. Gera Biliansky. Kelsall. Turkman. Temel. Kelsall tried to nod it on for Turkman. Angelatos got in the way. Clipped it only back to Mo Temel. Biliansky given away. Angelatos in behind. Good slide from Turkman to prevent Angelatos from charging. Here is Jerry, however. Set back for Galpa. Nakano. Angelatos, Turkman. Nakano once again. Now Galpa. Angelatos returned for Tal Galpa, who was bustling his way beyond, and Biliansky left the boot in. Aku free kick. Melbourne Aku free kick. Position of real promise. 6.5 ticked over in the first half. No Omar was the difference. Fernandez is stood over it. Yet it will be him and Ma who converse. And a yellow card as well for Gera Biliansky. And Fernando de Moraes can hardly believe it. He's looking for answers. Gave a quick glance to Mahdi El Khwaja on the timekeeper's table. It is Noah Omar's free kick though, and Kartambis denies. Aku corner. Fernandez with depth. Nakano. Galpa, Kelsall got up, and now Nakano. Galpa, Connor Irwin. For Tal Galpa. Galpa driving, Biliansky evaded. Galpa nearly steered it in at the near post. Man of explosive energy is Tal. And he breezed beyond Biliansky. There's Temel. On for Biliansky. Moved it on for Turkman. Threaded for Temel. Turkman. Biliansky. Set back for Mohamed Temel once more. Threaded on for Turkmen. That's a tidy turn away from Nakano. He then took a slip. Galpa went galloping and threaded it towards the back post where Turkmen was there to intervene. Fernandez's take. Nakano dragged the volley. Temel got under it. Kelsall clipped it on. Nakano to recycle, and it only fed Biliansky! 1-1. Kira blasted through, and Hume have got their equaliser. A little loose flick freed Biliansky for the first time this evening. And he belted Hume level. Happy birthday, Gira Biliansky, the perfect present. Hume have got themselves level. Ninos Bertra said happy birthday, Gira Biliansky on the touchline. It isn't Gira Biliansky's birthday, but a gift for him today nonetheless. Hume have got themselves level. They just when they needed to ramp home the momentum. Here is Clanaris. Temel. Tried to thread it for Kelsall. Irwin was battling. Kelsall did well to get away from him. And now on the switch for Clanaris. Back for Mohamed Temel. Ramadan. Tried to roll away from Irwin. Ramadan did superbly. Oscar Yee then went to battle. Ramadan unable to go much further. Clipped only into the palms of Lucas Grigg. Hold on for Irwin. Oscar Yee. Flung away. There's Temel. Moved it on to Clanaris. Steered down the line for Ramadan, who went on the swivel and just couldn't finish. Fernandez. Out the other way for Nakano. Steered it down the line for Oscar Yee. Back for Fernandez, who threaded it for Nakano. It's a terrific run. Good challenge, Kelsall. Irwin, Nakano. Kelsall again on the slide. Aku looking to press home some momentum. Good challenge from Chandab. Ramadan gave him a helping hand. Good to see Hamza Chandab back out on a series futsal court. It's been a while since we have. Player of immense talent. Terrific quality. Chandab makes his return. Connor Irwin. Nakano. Well read by Ramadan, who wanted to roam. Set on for Oscar Yee. Fernandez's flick. Intervening was Clanaris. He was given a pullback by Owen. Hume have a free kick. Suleiman Mohammed wants a yellow card. He was most animated. Fernando Di Moraes also making the point that Hume wanted further reprimand. Frothmop intervening. Temel. Flashed it into Noamar. Clanaris. Ball was out of play. Near the halfway stage of the first half. One each. Hume and Aku. Michael Clanaris getting a talking to. Irwin. Oscar Yi. Couldn't thread it beyond Chandab. Nearly broke for Ramadan. Yi then got a shin on it. Irwin worked it out. Ma had dropped off. Here is Connor Irwin again. Now Noah Ma. That's Ramadan to go at. Ramadan hustling him. Yi tried to breeze beyond, and Chandab fouled him. Aku free kick taken. Yi and Galatos link up with one another. That's a great challenge from Chandab. Really super slide to prevent Angelatos from firing true. 10 on the dot to go to half-time. Both of these two locked in a go-home. That's a bit of fun here in Darabin. A very energetic, a very free-flowing first 10 minutes. Both managers' sides showcasing immense confidence, which they have been building in recent weeks. Hume have got the confidence of a team that, despite defeat last week, deserve to be where they are in the table. Melbourne Aku have got the confidence of a team who's just beaten the title contender for the season. They're playing with the exuberance that only they can. And here is Noah Ma, who's flashed wide at the near post. Inches from maybe restoring their lead. There's Temel. That's a brilliant steer for Ramadan. Tried to set it on for Clenaris. Angelatos intervened. Angus found Jerry, and Aku are on the break. Angus Angelatos, cut by Temel. Hamza Chandab, Armand Dawood, just told to retreat a little bit. Angelatos left it for Galper, speared into where Clenaris was, and now Armand Dawood, who went motoring and lost out. Jerry Angelatos set it back for Noah Ma, who wins a corner. Aku surging and searching. Ma. Angelatos, Noah Ma. Jerry Angelatos, Dawood was impeded. And a quick look at the time, a quick look at all things from Fernando de Moraes. The Kings always got everything covered. As Clenaris sets it back for Temel. Threaded that beautifully for Chandab, and Dawood on the follow-in. Was unable to test Grigg. Galper. Angelatos, one to another. Jerry wanted handball, they will get handball. Angelatos, Galper. Angelatos lost out to Dawood. The switch for Angelatos. Jerry Angelatos on for Galper. It's a good press from Chandab. Aku can't get out at the moment. Hume making the most difficulty. Fernando de Moraes very happy with what he's seeing now from his side. A bit more exuberance. Joe Akon's turn to have a glance at the clock. Ma dropped it back for Angelatos. Galper. Wanted to draw Temel. Chandab just warded off. Now Noah Ma, who breezed beyond Temel, steered it for Angelatos. Good challenge, Clenaris. And now Chandab. Angelatos in retreat. Hamza Chandab was not to be slowed up. Now Mohamed Temel. Got it back from Dawood. Switch for Clenaris. He clipped over the top, and it took a little flick of the railing on the way. Galper. The other way was Mar. Temel and Chandab lurking. Noah Mar kept going. Hamza Chandab in firmly. Galper once again. Too much on it for Angelatos. Temel. Hume hunting a goal that would get them ahead. Chandab made his move. Tried to steer it down the line for Dawoods, who couldn't get away from Angelatos. How's your touch, Fernando? Some things you never lose, I suppose. Down the line for Dawood. There's Angelatos, who had an opportunity to breeze forward, but won a free kick instead. Hume on the limits. One away from reaching the absolute limit. Clear messaging, no more fouls. There's Angelatos. Biliansky to go at. Angus Angelatos. Moved it on for Noamar. Galper. Wasn't able to make it out for Angelatos once again. This is where sometimes it can break down for Aku. This little patch towards half-time, when they managed it well against Moreland last week, you have seen in games they've been vulnerable. During this little period here, the 5 minutes between 7 and 2 to the break, they've had a tendency to concede goals. And here is Biliansky, unable to go around Angelatos. This is where QEMU will want his side to lock in. Just play through this period as Galper, pressed by Turkman, almost gave it away to Biliansky. Angelatos benefited from it. He and Dawood entangled. Biliansky did too. Now Angelatos. Galper. Mar. Angelatos, Tal Galper. Good challenge, Biliansky, who picked his pocket. Gira fancy to go, and he won a corner. Hume wanting timeout. Suleiman Mohammed racing over and issuing it. Hume will take timeout. And so, with time ticking to half-time, it's 1 each between Melbourne Aku and Hume.
Jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outside perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, what, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nando came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nando signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, like how much we've improved as a club. Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty.
Timeout, Hume corner. Fernando de Moraes says we're going to score now. Let's see if that plays out. Turkman, Ramadan. Tried to roll away from Mar, and Galatos got in. Maybe the crystal ball sold to Fernando. Not necessarily one of pure clarity. Hume have been trying to press. Aku have looked to spring on the counter. Another very tidy performance from QMU's side. They've been well organised in this game. Defensively, they've taken good care of the ball when it's come their way, and they've played with the same pace that really ripped Moreland apart last week. Here is Biliansky. On the switch for Temel. Biliansky once more. Given away to Nakano, who read it well. Nakano on the charge. Kartambis had to parry and then pick up. He speared it for Ramadan, who clipped it back for Mohamed Temel. Patient Hume approach. Here is Ramadan. Away from Fernandez, beyond Angelatos. Biliansky. Temel. Ramadan, who was rolling and just worked the yard and then lost it. Angelatos is combined. Temel fancied a half volley. Ramadan off the drive. Nakano battled with him. Here is Marcus Fernandez, who is motoring, and Nakano is lunging, and Kartambis saved well. And now fancies a go of his own. Vassos Kartambis, oh no, he's lost it, and the net is vacant, and Marcus Fernandez will score. Melbourne Aku pounce. And Hume only have themselves to blame. Ice cold from Marcus Fernandez. Composed as you like, and they've got their lead back. Kartambis, a moment he'd like to forget. Shot stopper did so well initially, and then just got taken away from that. Lost out to Angelatos, and it was all over. The second Fernandez found a yard. For all the pressure Hume have applied, for all the good work they have done, Aku have been the ones to make the breakthrough. So back for Temel, that's a good save from Grigg. Didn't know a lot about it. Biliansky's corner, Turkmen lurking. Able to find its way further. Clipped down the line by Connor Irwin, only had Kartambis there. Turkmen, who wants to go and get it before half time. Aku have it currently. Given away. Hume wanted handball, they won't get it. Angelatos, Irwin, Aku played themselves into and out of trouble, and now Angelatos could break. Irwin's taken a tumble. Angelatos shifted superbly. Kartambis parried. Turkmen's ricochet. Ramadan's rolling. Angelatos left a leg in. Nakano was battling and bullying, as was Irwin, who picked his pocket. Ramadan in retreat, couldn't get there, then got the ball. Angelatos just calms it all down. And was unable to steer it. Kartambis came sliding and hit the beam on the way over. Here's Noamar. Wanted to work a yard. Irwin. Angelatos. Steered on for Oscar Yee. Irwin lost it, and here is Gira Biliansky. Didn't catch it as cleanly as he wanted at all. Angelatos slid it. Oscar Yee always had quite a lot asked of him. Clonaris. Kelshaw. Returned it for Temel, who teased it through the legs. Irwin and Biliansky battling. Biliansky lost out. Clonaris went and won it. Now Kelshaw. Temel. Patient from Hume. Gira Biliansky. Mo Temel. Down the line for Clonaris. And Galatos got a foot in. Temel. Switch for Biliansky. Had Noamar in retreat. Klanaris, Temel. Biliansky. Temel. Beyond Irwin. Ricochet found its way back for Biliansky. Oskar got in. Irwin flicked it back for him. Now Angelatos, who wanted movement out of Noamar. Klanaris and Angelatos were deeply wrapped. The Wood comes back on for a closing stint, so will Hamza Chandab. As here is Connor Owen. Chandab with a good block. Galper. Yi. Galper took a tumble, and that'll be 5 fouls. Hume have walked the tightrope. They now are at the limit, and Fernando Di Moraes is most frustrated about it. Irwin. On for Noamar. In was Chandab. Him and Mar entangled. And now Kelsall on for Chandab, who was lurking. Grigg went and got it and moved it on for Oskar Yi. He is motoring. Mar's in retreat. Temel went with him. Mar had 2 to contend with. Kelsall got a foot in. Mar, Owen, Chandab there, and now maybe Chandab could go. Galper in retreat did well. Can Hume get through to the break unscathed? Temel, Kelsall, can Aku retain their lead to the half 2? Or is there one last Black Army look given away to Owen? And now Galper. He steered it on for Connor Owen. Got away from Kelsall. Well, won by Chandab. Set back again for Kelsall. Temel, who sat down Oskar Yi and set it on for Chandab. Returned it for Mohamed Temel. Away from Noamar. Temel, why not? Grigg beat it away. Lovely roll inside. Just to go beyond Mar. And the second it opened up half a yard on his right foot, he wanted to go on the left. There was only one thing in his mind. Good set of hands from Lucas Grigg. This is Armand de Wood's drive, and Connor Owen blocks this time. Temel set, de Wood drilled it, Hume have a corner. Temel, de Wood, Temel, Chandab, and Galper. Oh, that flush. Goodness gracious me. Quick check on the well-being of Tal Galper here. He's in quite a bit of discomfort. There's Galper. He takes his leave. Kirimi will just make sure he's assessed before the break, which we are only a minute from here in Darebin. Aku lead 2-1. Thanks to initially Noamar. Before Hume equalised, then Aku got themselves ahead once more. Nakano battling. De Wood had it drop his way. Hume won a corner. They won't get it. In fact, yes, they will on retrospect. And now it's Aku who are unhappy. Gira Biliansky thought so immediately. Kelsall, de Wood drove it. And Hume on a back pass. Noamar took the sting out of it for Lucas Grigg. That was borderline. Very much so borderline. Aku just giving themselves a bit of a hot race towards the end of the half. Irwin lost out to Chandab. Now Mar Dawood poked it, Fernandez flicked it, Hamza Chandab on for Mohamed Temel. It fell for Kelsall, his touch took him wide, and Irwin showed him the door. 22 seconds. Late first half drama, perhaps. Is it on the cards? Temel. One away by Nakano, or are Aku going to add a third? Marcus Fernandez has drilled it wide. Dawood. A late script change, perhaps. Mohamed Temel wanted to thread it. Hume wanted handball, they won't get it. And that'll be that for the half. Aku led early, Hume reeled them in, Aku re-established their lead, and that is where we're at. They are hunting a closing of the gap to the top three. Half-time in Darabin, Melbourne Aku 2, Hume 1.
When I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we were going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something. You're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he's got obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of thing. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we? Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nandul came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nandul signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, how much we've improved as a club.
Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them. Like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something. You're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he's got obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of thing. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky.
We're heading for home here in Darebin. 20 to go. Aku lead 2-1. Hume not wanting to look at back-to-back defeats. Aku, at this point in time, though, are looking at 2 massive wins for their season. The trajectory, just the feel and the thinking around this futsal club changes if they win tonight. They knocked off Moreland last week. To go in a back-to-back where you topple second and then third in the table, there's a serious shift in momentum and a serious shift in mindset into what they can achieve in 2026 beyond this point, if they are to win tonight. It would make a massive change. They close the gap on the top 3 right up. Fitzroy would be well clear at the top of the table, as they are. There'd be a bit of a breathing room between Hume and Moreland, however. That is something they will not want to have established, having started the year so well, Fernando Di Marias and co. Though that being said, the end of autumn, the start of winter is when things start to get serious. Joe Akon and QEMU's side, perhaps hitting their straps at the right time as Dawood is driving. Armand Dawood of H2 went on his own. Ramadan was calling for it. Hume had an opportunity. And for those wondering where Adam Palombi is this evening, he's been a busy man. He was up in Newcastle this weekend commentating an A-League semi-final nonetheless. So Palombi well and truly in the game as Angelatos had his effort saved by Kartambis. We miss him this evening. Doesn't feel the same, does it? As Angelatos recovers as Chamdad to drive at. Hamza Chandab did well. Ramadan then went and won it. Moved on for Armand Dawood, who lost out to Noah Mar. Chandab in retreat. Those two just resume a little bit of a battle they had in the opening 20 minutes. There's not a massive amount of feeling, just a little bit. Fernando Di Marias is pointing something out. He's not happy. This evening is Fernando. He's had many a discussion tonight with the officials, with his coaching staff. And at the moment for Hume, it's not going their way. Here is Temel, though, looking to change that. Dawood, that's a delightful switch, and it's a delightful take from Chandab as well. Set it back for Temel. Put it back from Dawood. Mo Temel. Aku not looking to be drawn out of shape. Happy to sit in. Temel. Ramadan. Oh, brilliant. Absolutely gorgeous. Lucky Ramadan. Razor sharp. And Hume have made it 2 each. Temel's ball. One of T's. Ramadan's finish. One of ruthlessness. And Hume have got parity back. Aku have it to do again. They've taken the lead twice. They've been reeled in twice. Hume had hunted that goal. They've got what they went after. And now at the time that remains, it's about who's going to go and win this thing. Who's going to get a serious step for their season. Lovely step that is from Chandab. On the overlap was Temel. It was a little bit too far behind him. Cleared away by Angelatos. Chandab did well to recuperate it. Now Temel once more. Chandab. Cycled through Mohamed Temel. Mars Satov. Here is Ramadan. Galpa went to him. Temel. And Galatos was lurking, and Temel was fouled. And a stoppage to play where Temel was felled and fouled. Fernando de Moraes just making the points, asking the question of whether or not that was a yellow card. We are back underway. The court is cleansed, it is dry. And here is Mohamed Temel, who's got no Amar to go at. Temel, Chandab, Dawood. Down the line for Ramadan, who wants to roll Angelatos. Set it back for Temel. Chandab, clipped centrally, and it was vacant. Mar picked it off. Now Galpa, who's breezed his way beyond. Kartambis came sliding. Angelatos. One to another. Jerry to Angus. Pressed by Ramadan. Forced to return to Tal Galpa. Angelatos. Temel this time out on the press. Hume going firmly. Aku evaded it beautifully. Angelatos in tandem. Angus to Jerry, poked for Noamar, who was lunging and couldn't get there. Little look at the clock for Suleiman Mohammed. Hume just wondering how this will transpire. Connor Owen's been on an adventure. He returns to the Aku bench. Chandab's in behind. And Grigg made a good save. Chandab's take. Gira Biliansky. DeWoods, Klenaris. Biliansky nearly sold short. Angelatos in cleverly. Mar on for Angelatos, who was unable to steer it more provocatively for Galpa. Biliansky was found by Klenaris. On for Armand Dawood. Galpa went to press the second. The touch was a little loose. Biliansky, Klenaris. That's a beauty of a clip for Chandab. Wanted handball against Noamar, which won't be given. Grigg rolled it on for Angelatos. Angus to Jerry, back to Angus. Now out for Galpa. Angelatos had to lunge. Chandab in retreat. Klenaris clipped it. Dawood was darting. Lucas Grigg came through to clear and then had a slip. Klenaris, Aku realising there's still maybe some water on the court. Joe Akon making the point. Klenaris on for Biliansky. Unlike Turkman, Biliansky giving it away. And here is Galpa rattling, wins a corner. Angelatos, Angus for Jerry, and it's a good save, Kartambis. Now Noamar, who gave it a poke. Kartambis knew nothing about it. Looking for water on court. Corner set deeply. Angelatos sizing up Klenaris. Oh, beauty of a ball. Had a little bit too much on it, maybe. Jerry for Angus this time. Those two are causing problems. It's too lock level. A point benefits neither, really. Both want to go and get all three. Galper, well done by Turkmen. Step back for Klanaris. Moved it on for Gera Biliansky, who went with height for De Woods, who was unable to keep it alive. Galper, Fernandez. Trying to be calculated, Turkmen wore it. Imran Turkmen wore it. Quick check up on his well-being. And now, any sort of moisture on court will be dealt with. Having quite the night is Josh Fusco. Commissioner with the froth mop. Play resumes. Angelatos to kick us back off. Set for Oscar Yee. Had a bit of Klanaris. Angelatos. Fernandez. Wanted the return for Angelatos. Kartambis came through. Clip for Lucas Grigg. Thought about it momentarily. Lucas Grigg, no stranger to the spectacular from his own area. Fernandez, not away from Kelsall. And then clipped it clear. Kartambis. Forced long, gave it away to Galper. Angelatos lost out. Biliansky had a shot on the swivel, did Gira, and he wasn't too far away. Already has one tonight, does Gira Biliansky. There's Irwin. Fernandez. Good challenge by Turkmen. Galper in retreats. Happy to see it out of play. Leagues Cup action to follow for both of these two next week. It's a little bit of a break from the regular league scheduling. Hume, as we mentioned, have Fitzroy in a really, really good-looking cup tie. That'll be a fantastic fixture. And for Melbourne Aku, they're the late show against Braybrook in the Series Futsal League Cup next week. That's the last bit of cup action until June, and then we have a string of them in July. A little bit of a break to the series season. Transfer window opening soon. Wonder how these will look to bolster both of their respective squads. Arturo Diaz-Garçon out with injury for the Black Army. Hamza Swade also in attendance this evening. He retrospectively. Omar Turkmen as well. Good to see him in the building. Lucas Grigg can't touch it. He'll let it trickle out for a corner. And of course David Jakub and Ubedi Cicek as well. Klanaris with depth. Biliansky. Turkmen will keep it alive. Klanaris. Turkmen kept it rolling. Hume are hunting. Imran Turkmen. Not beyond Irwin. Does win a corner. Klanaris' take. So back for Biliansky. Fernandez went to close it. Gera Biliansky got a flick off the skipper. Hume have another corner. Both teams are hunting a goal to give them the upper hand. Momentum massive on a night like this. Kelsall flung it out for Turkmen, who thought about it momentarily. Set it on for Biliansky. Able to turn Oski. Turkmen went on his own. There to block was Irwin. Aku was sitting in at the moment. Fernando may be wanting some fortune. See if it can get Hume ahead. Kelso made a move. Turkman was arriving, and it stung the palms of Grigg. Taken this time for Kelso. Clipped away by Connor Owen. Aku have remained watchful. Very vigilant. Both Angelatoses and Noah Mar still awaiting their reintroduction to this game. QEMU's got them for a bit of a breather. There's Klanaris. And to slide it for Turkman. Hume have a free kick. And a promising opportunity. And you can hear what the Hume faithful in the building thought of that this evening. Mohamed Temel over it. Owen Fernandez, 2 in the wall. A real hush in this building. A lot of conversation around it. Temel's free kick. He went on his own and forced a very good save out of Grigg. Hume have a corner. They are hunting. Suleiman Mohammed over at the clock again. Corner set for Temel, who steered it over this time. Aku have got to respond. Spent a real portion of this second half penned in so far. Nakano. Galpa. Fernandez. Lovely return for Tal Galpa. Kartambis came through. And now Temel can lead the Hume charge the other way. Klanaris. Tried to steer it for Kelso. Fernandez firmly away. Temel on for Imran Turkman, who was pickpocketed by Galpa. Lovely ball from Irwin. Nakano was dangerously lurking. Mohamed Temel got back to make the challenge. Melbourne Aku have a corner. Taken quickly. Flashed goalward by Fernandez. Unable to find a way through. They have done in recent weeks. You wonder if they'd rotate Lucas Grigg and Dan Baker between the sticks in the closing stages, depending on how the game is going. Galpa away from DeWood in the meantime. Tried to flash it across. He'll get the ricochet. Irwin. Threaded it. Nakano. Lovely turn. Oh, it's a gorgeous goal. A piece of Nakano magic. Flashy feet. A fiery finish. And Aku lead again. Super swivel. And then just belted it into the roof of the net. Aku have got their lead back and have got the all-important go-ahead goal nearing the halfway stage of this second half. It's on Hume to do now to the close. This could cause a seismic shift in how the table looks towards the middle point of the season. Irwin and Fernandez in on Ramadan. Connor Owen continued. Ramadan was roaming and still he went on and retrospectively won a free kick. Connor Owen's got to be a bit cautious. Hume free kick. Armand Dawood over it. In need of a leveller once again. Dawood, Temel, Nakano stopped the shot. Not just the first, but the second. Turkmen, Temel, Dawood. Not beyond Noamar. Aku throwing everything at it. Kartambis. Too long. Far too long. Aku just taking the sting out of the game. Wanting to slow it down. It got stretched. It got pressed. Greek flung it for Mar. Able to take it in. Mark just gave a hand of apology, acknowledging it was a good ball from the keeper. Here is Temel, happy to take it up slowly. Now Dawood. Temel. Mar dangled a leg. Mohamed Temel went from range. Lucas Greek gathered. Angelatos. Jerry to Angus, now Nakano. And back for Angus Angelatos. Jerry Angelatos with Ramadan to drive at Noamar. A really patient approach for Aku, who have the lead. They have the game where they want it. Mars made a good yard down the line. Was found by Nakano. Temel in tidily. Nakano then had to battle. And Dawood played it off Angelatos and out. Here is Mohamed Temel. Turkmen. Tried to switch for Dawood. Hume just wanting to force it a bit at the moment. It's where they've been architects of their own downfall in recent weeks, when they just have tried to force it a bit too much. At times they were timid against Fitzroy last week, and then you saw patches where they did just try to get ahead of the game. Tried to make something when it wasn't quite there. You do create your own openings, but at the same time, you have to seize your opportunities when they come your way. Hume just trying to force things a bit, and it plays into Aku's hands. Good challenge from Turkmen. On Mar, now Temel. Good foot in from Noamar in retreat once more. He's been mega this evening. Has the package. Temel's corner. Hume hunting yet another equaliser. Ramadan couldn't spin and shoot. And now Nakano is motoring. He had Angelatos at the back post. Arriving too was Angus, who tiptoed beyond Temel, though not Dawood. Kartambis this time goes short. Ramadan. Roll beyond Noamar and ran out of room. Angelatos. Jerry to Angus. On the switch this time is Oscar Yee. We fancy to go. Effort was blocked. Angelatos is following. Turkmen with a tricky one to handle, and he went flying into Angelatos. Now then. Now then. The colour of the card in Michael Ciaris's hand is yellow. Aku were incensed. They've got a free kick. Imran Turkmen in the book. So Turkmen in the book. Aku with a free kick. A 2-goal buffer might be enough if they are to instate it. In an incredibly tight contest. 3rd and 4th in the table. Treating us to quite the battle. Noah Mars free kick. Oh, it's blocked on the line by Turkmen. Otherwise, it would have been 4. Vital intervention from Imran Turkmen. Here is Temel. Hume survive a scare, maybe a bit of a let-off for them. Chandab. Temel. Switch for Ramadan. Rolled it on for Chandab. Turkmen, Yi in retreat. Chandab clipped it, that's tidy. Ramadan with a nice little touch, just a bit too far behind Turkmen. Late stage of the game, neither gaffer's called a timeout yet. Who will be first to rein their side in? Angelatos moved it on for Oscar Yi. He feels like for Hume. Another couple minutes, they get to the final 5 if it stays like this. Fernando will want to change things. Angelatos battling, Ramadan went and won it. Ma in well, and won it. Angelatos speared it for Yi, touch a little loose, invited Chandab, now Temel. Hamza Chandab. Down the line for Turkmen. He wanted to steer to the back step. Chandab wanted it centrally. Angelatos couldn't steer it away from Turkmen. Hume have been better at picking it off centrally in this half. Turkmen on the slide. He's got to be a bit cautious. Ramadan. Lost out to Ma, and now Aku can go. Ma had Angelatos with him. The ball had too much, and Kartambis was already off and running. Chandab. Temel. Turkmen. Husky slid. Hume have a corner. Time still not yet a factor, though it's getting to that kind of territory. Sunday's final act is once again going to be a good one. Angelatos had nobody up with him on the other end. Ma the only one going. As Temel takes his tiptoe up the touchline. Switch for Biliansky. Had Angelatos, had Temel as well on the switch. Noah Ma wants to close the door for Mohamed Temel and does so. Biliansky. Back for Kartambis, who went searching for Chandab. It's just a little bit too tall for him. Kartambis did spear it on though. Hume getting adventurous. Angelatos is one to another. Out off Chandab. What a win this would be for Melbourne Aku if they were to see it out from here. Opportunity not only back-to-back scalps in the top flight, it would round out a good performance, a good string of performances really. They were close against Hume, close against Fitzroy. They finally got one over Moreland. And now, they would close the gap to 2 points to the Black Army and the top 3 itself. As Grigg wanted Noah Ma to peel. And they do this evening without Francis Ma as well. One name out missing. There's Temel. Pressed by Noah Ma, threaded it for Chandab. He dropped it off for Biliansky. Temel once more. Oh, with a good block and a good intervention. Biliansky. Temel. Ma in retreat, switch for Kelsall. Had Chandab. Temel, good press from Angelatos. Hume just playing themselves out of trouble, having got themselves into it, and then giving it away. Biliansky went and won it. Hamza Chandab with a loose touch. Angelatos in retreat. Smart swivel from Hamza Chandab. Given away to Noah Ma. Him and Kelsall entangled. Angelatos, Ma, brilliantly done. just so cool under pressure were Aku. Fernandez wanted to thread it. Kelshaw. Fernandez challenge, a good one. We got the final flick, having got it ricocheted off Temel. Biliansky. Chandab. Humour hunting. Temel. Inside the final 5 here in Darabin. Another Sunday showstopper to close. As Temel found by Kelshaw. And Galatos couldn't tiptoe his way round. And he might get an opportunity because of it. Well crowded out by Temel, then Kartambis. Now Chandab. Away from Noamar. On for Gira Biliansky, who poked it. Dangerous, though not fruitful. You've been here from the start of the day. Appreciate the time you've put in. If you've just joined us, you've joined us at a very good time. This one threatens to go down to the wire. Hume want timeout. Suleiman Mohammed is eager to call it. The Black Army will have a word. We wondered when it would come. Inside the final 5 for Fernando Di Marias. As we go to a break, it's Melbourne Aku who lead Hume 3-2.
Is the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we? Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now, even for me.
We return from timeout here in Darabin. 4 to go. Aku hold it 3-2. Hume are hunting it. What a way to end this game. What a way to end your week. Here is Temel. Hume have gone 5th man. Klanaris out in the fly keeper kit. Temel, Turkman. This is a real test of Aku resolve. Lesson they learned last week against Moreland. The lessons they learned from weeks gone by against Fitzroy when it didn't work out. All of this comes to this moment where they can see it out. And Temel was pressed. Biliansky with a loose touch. Fernandez went flying in. And still Hume found a way through. Turkman reset through Biliansky. They got to start again. On for Temel. Threaded for Klanaris! And Turkman at the back post couldn't steer it in. And Aku nearly played themselves into danger. Dan Baker gave out a cry on the bench. Flung long by Grigg for Fernandez, who couldn't clip it back from Art. Biliansky. Turkman, loose touch, and Galatos. Good challenge from Turkman in retort. And Noah Mar went and won it. And ran out of room. A little foot on it. Time now a factor for Hume, even though it's only a goal. There's only 3 to go. They have to go and grab this game if they are to go and win it, not just rescue it. Biliansky lost out though, or is Galpa going to go and put this to bed? On for Angelatos. Noamar! That'll do it! Aku are all but there. Hume, hearts broken on the break. And as he was for the first goal, Noah Marr, right place, right time, back post for the one that might seal it. Where he started the evening, he may well have finished the evening. Marr at the double. Aku with some breathing room. Hume have got it to do. And here is Biliansky. Threaded for Klenaris, too heavy a touch. And Grigg will be in a hurry. Klenaris hasn't got back. Looking for a flick is Fernandez, and nearly did so. Temmel. Now or never for Hume. To go and save this game, to go and save themselves. Their title ambitions may depend on it. Turkman. Temmel. Got it back from Biliansky. Moved it on for Turkman. Time just ticking away. Aku's resolve firm so far. In fact, they've only gone and added. Biliansky gave it a go. Lucas Grigg, why not? A little bit too far away, but he's no stranger to something super from that. Hume have got to go. Temmel, Biliansky. Pace important now. Switch. Klenaris didn't get it cleanly. Kartambis reinstated in goal. Grigg went long, opposite numbers. Looking to exchange with one another. And again they go fifth. Again Biliansky. Temmel. Biliansky. Temmel. Turkman. Temmel. Biliansky. Well worked by Hume. Aku just not letting them in. And this game is all but over. Marcus Fernandez can ice it! And he fluffed his lines. That would have been that. With time a precious commodity. One more for Aku would have made super short. Angus Angelatos still a little bit uncertain in his weight. Lucas Grigg gave it another go from way back and was unsuccessful. Rinse and repeat for Fernando Di Marais and co. Approaching the final 60 seconds of Sunday of the Series Futsal Premiership, of the day that has been with the championship included. And it's going to close out with Melbourne Aku gaining ground on the top three. The gap will be only 2 points to the rest of the chasing pack. And for all of the heartbreaking near misses, the week gone and the week now might just make them all worth it. As Galpa and Fernandez sorted it out. Anywhere will do. They are nearly there. For a side who have been on the wrong end of many close ones, who last time these two met were on the wrong end of a close one, are now going to close out in kind. Hume haven't an answer. Is this the fortnight that threatens to derail their season? Biliansky. Temmel. Tried to spear it for Ramadan. They'll have a corner. Ramadan's take. Kartambis. Temmel. Biliansky. Kartambis. Lokman Ramadan. Blocked away. Fernandez. Oh, lovely bit of skill. And again, he can't fire true. Marcus Fernandez may have had a hat-trick on another night. And he's moving a bit gingerly. The skipper will see it out. Connor Oman was ready to be instated. Time ticking down. Turkman gave it a go. Blocked by Angelatos. Ramadan won it. Turkman recycled. Biliansky. Ramadan. Temmel. Gira Biliansky. Blocked by Galpa. And so a top flight day that ended with Moreland beating Hart will end with Melbourne Aku making good on some top three ground gainers. They off Hume in the late kickoff. Not even one for the road can savour it. A brilliant performance from QEMU and Joe Akon's men. A side of maturity and a real performance of progress. Full time in Darabin. Melbourne Aku 4, Hume 2, and until then, we'll see you next week.
From an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same or are we going to grow?